Mains answers for gaining extra edge. 3. Best practices from NITI Aayog is provided in a separate document. 4. International Relations and Internal Security is separately provided in International Relations and Internal Security at a Glance document of Marks Booster Series. How to use this document? Purpose of the document. A. To provide authenticity to arguments in mains answers by backing it with data and facts. 2. Improve objectivity and quality in mains answers. 3. Data and facts provided are not for rote learning, it needs to be used smartly in writing answers. SDGs, goals to be reached by 2030 adopted in 2015. SDG 1, no poverty. SDG 2, zero hunger. SDG 3, good health and well-being. SDG 4, quality education. SDG 5, gender equality. SDG 6, clean water and sanitation. SDG 7, affordable and clean energy. SDG 8, decent work and economic growth. SDG 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure. SDG 10, reduced inequalities. 11 Sudani Pound, sustainable cities and communities. SDG 12, responsible consumption. 13 Sudani Pound, climate action. SDG 14, life below water. 15 Sudani Pound, life on land. SDG 16, peace, justice and strong institutions. SDG 17, partnership for goals. Note, you can use SDGs in various answers as per your need. Indian society and social issues. 1. 1.1 tribes in India. Tribes in India. Data and facts. A 2011 census, tribals, 8.6% of India's population. A sex ratio, 990. 2011 census. A over 700 tribal groups in India, A 75 are PVTGS. A gone comprises the largest tribal group of India. Non-communicable diseases. A varies from 0.7% to 13.9% across various regions. A about 25% suffer from hypertension. A about 72% use tobacco. Age 15 to 54. Education indicators. A the percentage of literacy, 63.1% in 2011. A male vs female. Female literacy of tribes is only 54.4% compared to male literacy of 71.7%. A nearly 50% of the children from this social group drop out while transitioning from primary to secondary grades. Employment and skilling. APESA the Panchayats Extension to Scheduled Areas Act, 1996. A Janshala Program. A Ashram Schools. A Eklavya Model Residential Schools. Crime against tribes. A NCRBS Crime in India 2021 report, Crimes against SC, increase of 13.1% over 2021. Crimes against ST, increase of 14.3% over 2021. Constitutional provisions. A Art. 15. Art. 16. Art. 46. Article 335. Article 330. Article 342. 1. 5th and 6th Schedule. Schemes institutions. A Pradhan Mantri Janjati Adivasi Nyay Maha Abhiyan PMJANMAN. A Eklavya Model Residential Schools EMRS. A Pradhan Mantri Vanbandhu Vikas Yojana AMSP for MFP under Pradhan Mantri Janjatiya Vikas Mission. A Van Dhan Vikas Kendra VDVK TRIFEDA. The Pradhan Mantri Adi Adarsh Gram Yojana PMAAGY. A Tribal Research Institute TRITE Scheme. 1 Indian Society and Social Issues. 2 Latest data, facts and figures. Legal provisions. A Protection of Civil Rights Act, 1955. A Provisions of the Panchayats Extension to the Scheduled Areas Act, 1996. A Forest Rights Act, FRA, 2006. Committee and Commissions. AUN. Debar Committee 1960, A Lokur Committee 1965, A Bhuria Commission 2002-2004, A Zaxar Committee 2013, PVTGS particularly vulnerable tribal groups. Data and facts say PVTG, earlier known as primitive tribal groups created on Thay. Recommendation of Debar Commission 1973. A. The highest number of PVTGs, Orissa 13, followed by Andhra 12. Schemes A. Pradhan Mantri PVTG Development Mission PMPDM. A. Pradhan Mantri Janjati Adivasi Nyay Maha Abhiyan PMJANMAN. DNTTENOTIFIED Tribes. Data and Facts A. Criminal Tribes Act of 1871, labeled few tribes as being born criminals. A. These acts were repealed in L 952 and the term, the notified, was given. Schemes Commission. A. Scheme for Empowerment of DNTS Seed, A. Development and Welfare Board for DNTS A. Dr. Ambedkar Pre-Matric and Post-Matric Scholarship A. Rank Commission. 1.2 India as a multilingual society. Data and Facts 2011 Census. A. 121 languages recognized by the government as having at least 10,000 speakers. A. 1961 Census. There are 1,652 major languages in India. A. UNESCO's Atlas of the World's Languages in Danger of Disappearing. 196 Indian languages are in danger of extinction. Constitutional Provisions. A. Article 29, Article 30. Article 344. Article 351. 8th Schedule. Schemes Institutions. A. Scheme for Protection and Preservation of Endangered Languages of India SPPEL. A. National Education Policy 2020 Ratio 3 Language Formula 2 Native Indian languages including 1 regional Jor English. Legal Provisions A. Official Languages Act, 1963. Committee and Commissions. A. B. G. Kher Committee 1955 Promoting Hindi as Official Language A. Kothari Commission 1964-66 3 Language Formula A. Shri Ashok Pava Committee 1996 Promotion of Hindi in Official Work A. Shri Sitakant Mohapatra Committee 2003 on Classical Languages Indian Society and Social Issues 3. 1.3 Women and Health. Data and Facts ANFHS 5. Menstrual Hygiene. 78% of women against 58% earlier in NFHS 4. Anemia. The incidence of anemia in women is between 53.1% to 57%. Infant mortality rate per 1000 live birth 35.2, 40.7 in NFHS 4. Maternal mortality rate per 1 lakh live births 97. Life expectancy at birth. Female 70.7 years, male 68.2 years. Institutional birth, 88.6%. Adolescent pregnancy, 7.9% of women in the age group of 15 to 19. Schemes A. Pradhan Mantri Matritva Vandana Yojana PMMVY. A. PM Surakshit Matritva Abhiyan A. Anganwadi Services A. Ujwala A. Scheme for adolescent girls. Crimes against women. Data and Facts A. NCRB 2022. 4% increase in crimes against women from 2021. Domestic violence, cruelty by husband and relatives. 31.4% dowry deaths. 6,450 deaths decreased by 4.5%. Rape. 7.1% of the crimes committed against women. Asexual harassment at workplace. 31% of firms are not compliant with Prevention of Sexual Harassment at Workplace Act. A. Shadow pandemic, term used by UN Women for increased violence against women during COVID lockdown. A. Female infanticide. At least 9 million girls are missing in India between 2020-19 as a result of female infanticide, Pew Research. Schemes A. Mission Shakti, Sabla and Smartya Sub Schemes. Swadhar Greh Working Women Hostel One-Stop Center Women Helpline A. Mahila Police Volunteer Schemes A. Nirbhay Fund A. Stree Manoraksha A. Sakhi. Women and Indian Economy. Data and Facts A. Periodic Labor Force Survey. 37% of females of working age were in the labor force in 2022 minus days. Compared to just 23.3% in 2017 minus 18. A. Unpaid work, Women perform 76.2% of total hours of unpaid care work ILO. A. Informal economy. 81% women work in the informal economy ILO. 4. Latest data, facts and figures. A. Potential to boost economy. Greater participation of women can boost GDP by 27%. A. Contribution to GDP. 17% contribution of women to the national GDP. Less than half the global average of 37%. McKinsey. Financial inclusion. A. Women with bank account. 56% of the total bank accounts. A. Women internet users. 33% of the female population. A. Women mobile phone users. 37% of the female population. A. Digital literacy percentage in women. 33% of the female population. Employment. A. Female LFPR. Rural. 41.5%. Urban. 25.6%. A. Unpaid care work. 84% of the total time. A. Opportunity index. About 85% of the women believe they have missed out on a raise, promotion, or work offer because of their gender. A. Gender Gap Report 2023. India ranks 127th among 146 countries. Schemes. A. Support for marginalized individuals for livelihood and enterprise. Smile. A. PM Daksh Pradhan Mantri Dakshta और कुशलता संपन्न हितग्राही. A. Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act MGNREGA. A. Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana PMKVY. A. Startup India Scheme. A. Rozgar Mela Women and Political System. Data and Facts. A. Global Gender Gap Report 2022. India was ranked at 135 out of 146 countries. On Political Empowerment Indicator, India ranked 48th. A. Women Representation. Lok Sabha, 4.41% 24 elected in the first Lok Sabha, 14.36% 78 in 17th, 13.63% in 18th 74, Rajya Sabha, around 13%. A. Inter-Parliamentary Union 2023. India ranks 140 out of 186 nations in the women representation in the lower house of world parliaments. Women in agriculture. Share of agriculture in women employment. A. Feminization of agriculture. Nearly 63% of workers in the agriculture sector are females. PLFS 2021, BICE Rural Female LFPR jumped from 24.6% to 36.6% owing to agriculture. Landholding. A. 14% operational land holdings owned by women. Agriculture Census 2015-16. A. 18% of farm families are headed by women. NSSO. Schemes. A. Rashtriya Mahila Kisan Divas. A. National Mission on Sustainable Agriculture NMSA. A. Paramparagat Krishi Vikas Yojana. A. Mahila Kisan Sashaktikaran Pariyojana MKSP. Indian Society and Social Issues 5. 1.4 Children. Constitutional Provisions. A. Article 15 or 15(1). A. Article -21A. Article 24A. Article 39F. Article 45. Article 51K. A. 86th Amendment Act of 2002. Child Population. A. Census 2011. 400 million are children in the Indian population. Child population in the age of 0 to 6 years increase of 0.4% to 164.5 million in 2011. Child population 0-18 years 472 million. A. Child adoption. 29.6 million stranded, orphaned and abandoned children in India. Just 3,000-4,000 get adopted annually. A. Juvenile delinquency. NCRB 2022 reports more than 30,000 cases. AESER 2023. Overall, 86.8% of 14 to 18-year-olds are enrolled in an educational institution. However, there are notable differences visible by age, with 3.9% of 14-year-olds and 32.6% of 18-year-olds not enrolled. ANCRB 2022, the registration of crimes against children also increased in 2022 compared to the previous year. A 10.1 million working children in the age group of 5 to 14 years. 8.1 million are in rural areas mainly engaged as cultivators 26% and agricultural laborers 32.9%. Reports and indices. A End of Childhood Index 2019 India ranks 113 of 176 countries. A UNESCO's Global Education Monitoring Report 2023, COVID-19 the rapid shift to online learning left out at least half a billion students worldwide. Education. A primary enrollment, 113.4%. A secondary enrollment, 79.6%. A higher education gross enrollment ratio, 28.4%. A learning outcome, foundational literacy and numeracy, over 75% learners of grade 3 without foundational skills. Learning poverty, around 50% of children in India are not achieving minimum proficiency levels in reading and math. Health. A stunting, 35.5% of children under 5 years were stunted NFHS 5. A wasting, 19.3% NFHS 5. A malnutrition, almost a third of Indians according to the Food and Agriculture Organization FAO report. About 194.4 million people in India 14.5% of the population are undernourished. A under 5 mortality rate per 1000 live births 41.9 NFHS 5. A vaccination percentage 76.1% NFHS 5. Schemes for healthy midday meal. A Mission Indradhanush. A Integrated Child Development Scheme. A Saksham Anganwadi and Mission Poshan 2.0 Scheme. 6 latest data, facts and figures. A Anemia Mukt Bharat Abhiyan. A National Nutrition Mission NNM. A Pradhan Mantri Matru Vandana Yojana PMMVY. Child rights. A crime against children, an increase of 8.7% compared NXT 2022. A child labor, census 2011 10.1 million child laborers in India. A child trafficking, a total of 6,036 victims have been reported to be trafficked in which 2,878 children NXT 2022 report. Schemes. Conventions for child rights. A UN Convention on the Rights of the Child UNCRC India ratified in 1992. A CARA set up under Juvenile Justice Act 2015. A National Food Security Act NFSA 2013. Other schemes. Institutions. A Integrated Child Development Services ICDS. A Integrated Child Protection Scheme ICPS. A scheme for welfare of working children in need of care and protection. A Rajiv Gandhi Scheme for Empowerment of Adolescent Girls RGSEAG. Sabla. A Indira Gandhi Matritva Sahyog Yojana IGMSY. Ujjavala. A National Child Labour Project NCLP. A Saksham Anganwadi and Mission Poshan 2.0 Scheme. Pencil Portal. A Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan. A Sisai Kasturba Gandhi Balika Vidyalaya KGBV. A Beti Bachao Beti Padhao BBBP. Sukanya Samriddhi Yojana SSY. A Nipan, for foundational literacy and numeracy Udan Scheme. Legal provisions. A Child Labour Prohibition and Regulation Act 1986. A Immoral Trafficking Prevention Act ITPA 1956. A Hindu Adoptions and Maintenance Act 1956. A The Prenatal Diagnostic Techniques Regulation and Prevention of Misuse Amendment Act 2002. A Child Marriage Restraint Act 1929 amended in 1979. A The Juvenile Justice Care and Protection of Children Act 2015. A Bonded Labor System Abolition Act 1976. A Protection of Children from Sexual Offences Act 2012. AILO Convention 138. Committee and Commissions. A Gurupada Swamy Committee 1979 to study issue of child labor. 1.5 Senior citizens. Data and facts. A elderly population. India's elderly population will rise from its current 60 million to over 227 million by 2050. WHO. A Census 2011. There are nearly 104 million elderly persons aged 60 years or above in India. 53 million females and 51 million males. 8.6% of the total population A residents, 71% rural, 29% in urban areas. Indian society and social issues 7. Constitutional provisions A Article 21. Article 41. Article 46. Article 47. Health and Social Security. A. About 8% elderly suffer from some kind of disability. A. Only 18% elderly covered by health insurance. A. Health schemes, PM Jan Arogya Yojana, Ayushman Bharat, Rashtriya Vayoshree Yojana, free physical aid. A. Social security schemes, PM Shram Yogi Mandhan Atal Pension Yojana, National Social Assistance Program, Old Age Protection, PM Vaya Vandana Yojana, Annapurna Scheme, Atal Vayu Abhyudaya Yojana, aid to old age homes. Legal provisions A. Hindu Marriage and Adoption Act 1956 makes it obligatory. Provisions to maintain an aged parent. A. Section 125 of Criminal Procedure Code, the elder parents can claim maintenance from their children. A. The Maintenance and Welfare of Parents and Senior Citizens Act, 2007. A. National Policy for Senior Citizens, 2011. Policies A. National Policy on Older Persons, 1999. 1.6 Differently abled persons Divyang. Data and facts say 15% of people worldwide have some form of disability. Census 2011, NSOA about 2.7 crore persons are disabled, 2.21% of the total population. Out of 2.68 crore, 1.5 crore are males and 1.18 crore are females. 55% of disabled are literates. 2011 census 69% live in rural areas. Only 26% census 2011 are employed. A. Disabled children. 27% of disabled children age of 5 to 19 had never attended an educational institution. A. 2.2% of the population, some kind of physical or mental disability. Constitutional provisions. A. Art. 14. Art. 15. 1. Art. 16. Art. 21. Art. 23. Art. 38. Art. 41. Art. 43. Art. 47. 7th Schedule. Schemes Institutions. A. Accessible India. A. Deen Dayal Disabled Rehabilitation Scheme, DDRS. A. Gharonda Group Home for Adults. A. Niramyak Health Insurance Scheme. A. Sambhav, AIDS and Assisted Devices. ABADHT Kadam Awareness and Community Interaction. 8. Latest data, facts and figures. Legal provisions. A. Mental Health Care Act 2017. A. Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act 2016. A. The Rehabilitation Council of India Act 1992. A. The National Trust for the Welfare of Persons with Autism, Cerebral Palsy, Mental Retardation and Multiple Disabilities Act 1999. 1.7 TRANSGENDERS. Data and facts. A. Census 2011. 4,87,803, 0.04% of the total population persons in the category called Other. Children, 55,000 children is transgender identified by their parents. Constitutional provisions. A. Art. 14. Art. 15. 1. Art. 16. Art. 21. Art. 23. Art. 38. Schemes Institutions. A. Smile Support for Marginalized Individuals for Livelihood and Enterprise. A. PM Daksh, for Skilling. A. Safalam Scheme, Kerala, Assistance to Degree Pursuing Students. Judicial Pronouncements. A. NALSAVs Union of India 2014. A. Navtej Singh Johar Union of India 2018. 1.8 Scheduled Castes SCS. Data and facts. A. Census 2011. SCS comprise about 16.6% of India's population. A. NCRBS Crime in India 2022, increase of over 13.1% in the year 2022 over 2021. Crime against Dalit women, rise in number of cases. Rape against SC women, including minors, account for 7.64% out of the total cases reported. Constitutional provisions. Art. 15. Art. 15. 4. Art. 16. Art. 17. Art. 23. Art. 38. Art. 46 8 243 D 8 243 T 8 330 and 8 332 8 335 8 338 Article 340 Schemes Institutions A pre-matric scholarships A post-matric scholarship for scheduled caste students PMSSC A Babu Jagjeevan Ram Chhatravas Yojana BJRCY A National Scheduled Caste Finance and Development Corporation NSFDC A National Safai Karamcharis Finance and Development Corporation NSKFDC A Credit Enhancement Guarantee Scheme for Scheduled Castes Legal Provisions A Protection of Civil Rights Act 1995 A SC/ST Prevention of Atrocities Act 1989 A Prohibition of Employment as Manual Scavengers and their Rehabilitation Act 2013 Committee and Commissions A Justice Ramachandra Raju Commission 1997 Indian Society and Social Issues 9 1.9 Scheduled Tribes STS Data and Facts A NCRB 2022 Report Crimes against STS rose 14.3% over 2021, 8,802 cases A Census 2011. 104 million, accounts for 8.6% of the country's population. Population distribution, more than two-thirds of the ST population in 7 states, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, Orissa, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Jharkhand, and Chhattisgarh. A crime against Adivasi women. Cases of rape against ST women account for 13.4% out of the total cases reported. A residents. More than 90% of tribal people live in rural areas. A sex ratio among tribals is 99010 as compared to national average of 933 1000. Health and livelihood A life expectancy 63.9 years, national average is 67 years. A malnutrition. About 80% of tribal children are undernourished and suffering from anemia. A livelihood status. 40.6% of tribals live below poverty line with 20.5% non-tribals. A literacy. 59%. 41% of STS are illiterate. Constitutional provisions A 8. 15. 8. 15 4. 8. 16. 8. 38. 8. 46. Article 243 D. 8. 243 T. Article 330 and 8. 332. 8. 335. 8. 338 A. Article 340. Schemes Institutions A The Pradhan Mantri Adi Adarsh Gram Yojana PMAAGY. A TRIFED Tribal Cooperative Marketing Development Federation of India A Pradhan Mantri Jan Jatiya Vikas Mission A Van Dhan Vikas Kendra VDVK A Pradhan Mantri Vanbandhu Vikas Yojana A Eklavya Model Residential Schools EMRS A Pradhan Mantri Janjati Adivasi Nyay Maha Abhiyan PMJANMAN Legal Provisions A The Scheduled Tribes and Other Traditional Forest Dwellers Recognition of Forest Rights Act 2006 TRA A Panchayats Extension to the Scheduled Areas Act 1996 PESA A The Andaman and Nicobar Protection of Aboriginal Tribes Regulation 1956 A Foreigners Restricted Areas Order 1963 A Andaman and Nicobar Islands Protection of Aboriginal Tribes Regulation 1956 Thus latest data, facts and figures 1.10 Population and Demographic Dividend Data and Facts A Census 2011, India has a total population of 121 crores or 1.21 billion. A Current Population 1.42 billion World Population Review 17.8% of the world's population. A Total Fertility Rate TFR declined from 2.2 in 2015 solar to 2.0 in 2019 -21. Legal Provisions A National Program for Family Planning 1952. A National Population Policy 2000 A Mission Parivar Vikas A India Family Planning 2030 Vision Document Demographic Dividend Age 15 to 59 years 62.5% of total, will peak around 2036 reaching 65%. ALFPR 60.8%, about 40% of working age population is jobless. PIVS 2022-23 ATFR 2.0, less than replacement level 2.1. 1.11 Indian diaspora and migration. Data and facts say Indian diaspora. In 2020, about 18 million Indian migrants lived outside India. UAE, US, and Saudi Arabia host the largest Indian diaspora. ANRIS and PIOS combined, 29 million. All India migration rate, 28.9%. Rural, 26.5%. Urban, 34.9%. A female migration rate, 47.9%. Rural, 48%. Urban, 47.8%. 86.8% females migrate for marriage. A male migration, 10.7%. Rural, 5.9%. Urban, 22.5%. 49.6% of male migrants moved in search of employment. Internal migration, number of internal migrants rose to 453.6 million. Census 2011, more than 5 million persons have migrated to India from other countries. Schemes, institutions. A for internal migrants, 1998 Guiding Principles on Internal Displacement National Rehabilitation and Resettlement Policy Project Changati by the Kerala State Government. One Nation, One Ration Card. A for NRIS PIOS, Bharatiya Pravasi Divas Indian Society and Social Issues. 11. No India Program Vajra Scheme for Collaborative Research. Legal provisions. A Interstate Migrant Workmen Regulation of Employment and Conditions of Service Act of 1979. A OCI Cardholder Scheme. 1.12 Poverty and Developmental Issues. Data and facts. A number of people. Multidimensional Poverty Index 2022 UNDP. India has the largest number of people, 22.8 crore, living in poverty, followed by Nigeria. A progress. Since the 1991 reforms, the proportion of people below the poverty line in India has gone down from almost 50% to 20%, using the World Bank's $1.90 a day poverty line. SECC 2011, around 6 crore households suffer from multidimensional poverty. Poverty estimates. India still has more than 230 million people who are poor. Global Multidimensional Poverty Index MPI 2023, the UNDP defines vulnerability, the share of people who are not poor but have deprivations. India has some 18.7% population under this category. India's progress in poverty reduction. India is among 25 countries that successfully halved their global MPI values within 15 years. Some 415 million Indians escaped poverty between 2005-06 and 2019-21. The incidence of poverty in India declined significantly, from 55.1% in 2005-2006 to 16.4% in 2019-21. A distribution. In India, 21.9% of the population lived below the national poverty line in 2011. Urban poverty, 13.7%. Rural poverty, 25.7%. Poverty line. A NITI Aayog. The poverty line is set at 1,286 rupees for urban areas and 1,059.42 rupees per month for rural areas. World Bank, IMF etc. On Indian poverty. International Poverty Line IPL, the World Bank defines extreme poverty as someone living on less than $2.15 per person. Societal Poverty Line SPL, it is a hybrid line, combining the $2.15 a day absolute poverty line with a relative component that increases as median consumption or income in an economy rises. Constitutional provisions. Article 16. Article 17. Article 21. Article 24. Article 39. Article 39A. Article 41. Article 42. Article 45. Schemes Institutions. A National Food for Work Program, Swarnajayanti Gram Swarozgar Yojana A Sampurna Gramin Rozgar Yojana SGRY, Rural Housing Indira Awas Yojana IAY 12 latest data, facts and figures. A Pradhan Mantri Gramoday Yojana PMGY, Prime Minister's Rozgar Yojana PMRY, A Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana PMGSY, Antyodaya Anna Yojana I, A Swarna Jayanti Shahari Rozgar Yojana SJSRY, Valmiki Ambedkar Awas Yojana Wambe. Legal provisions. A Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act MGNREGA 2005 provides 100 days assured employment every year to every rural household. 1/3 of the proposed jobs would be reserved for women. A Legal Services Authorities Act 1987, A National Food Security Act NFSA 2013. Committee and Commissions. A Alag Committee 1979 determined a poverty line based on a minimum daily requirement of 2,400 and 2,100 calories for an adult in rural and urban areas respectively. A Lagdawala Committee 1993 poverty line approach can be continued based on calorie consumption, fixed consumption basket. A Tendulkar Committee 2009 constituted to review methodology for poverty estimation and to address the following shortcomings of the previous methods. The national poverty line for 2011-12 rural 816 rupees per capita, urban 1000 rupees per capita. A The Rangarajan Committee 2012 it estimated that the number of poor was 19% higher in rural areas and a whopping 41% more in urban areas than those of the previous estimates. Daily per capita expenditure 47 rupees for urban areas, 32 rupees for rural areas. A monthly per capita consumption expenditure 972 rupees in rural areas. Rs 1407 in urban areas. 5-year plans associated with poverty. A fourth 5-year plan 1966-1974 it aimed at increasing national income by 5.5%. A fifth 5-year plan 1974-1979 mainly focused on the removal of poverty Garibi Hatao. A 10th 5-year plan 2002-2007 aimed at the reduction of the poverty ratio from 26% to 21% by the year 2007. A 11th 5-year plan 2007-2012 faster and inclusive growth. 1.13 Hunger, malnutrition and health. Data and facts. A stunting 35.5% of children under 5 years were stunted NFHS 5. A wasting 19.3% key 2023. A obesity among adults 44 million women and 26 million men. Lancet. A obesity among children 12.5 million children. Lancet. Indian Society and Social Issues 13. A anemia 25.0% in men 15 to 49 years, 57.0% in women 15 to 49 years, 31.1% in adolescent boys 15-19 varsh, 59.1% in adolescent girls, 52.2% in pregnant women 15 to 49 years, 67.1% in children 6-59 months. Reports and indices. A Global Hunger Index 2023. India's rank 111 out of the 125 countries. A Global Nutrition Report 2022. India is on course to meet 3 targets for maternal, infant and young child nutrition (MIYCN). India is also among 23 countries that have made no progress or a worsening on reducing childhood wasting. A UN-FAO report, 194 million people go hungry every day in India. They comprise about 23% of the world's undernourished population. NFHS 5, more than half of the children and women are anemic in 13 of the 22 states UTS. Constitutional provisions. A. Article 39. Article 47. Article 45 86th Amendment 2002. Schemes Institutions. AICDS, Poshan Abhiyan, Midday Meal Scheme. A Pradhan Mantri Mitru Vandana Yojana, National Food Security Mission. A Anemia Mukt Bharat Abhiyan, National Nutrition Mission A Matritva Sahyog Yojana, National Health Mission A Fit India Movement. Legal provisions A Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act MGNREGA. 2005 A National Food Security Act NFSA 2013. 1.14 Urbanization. Data and facts say India's urban population expected to grow from 410 million in 2014 to 814 million by 2050. A percentage of urban population 31.14% of the total population. 2011 census A rate of growth of urban population projected to grow by 40% of the total population by 2031. 2011 census A urban migration 20% of the total migration is from one urban area to another urban area. A census 2011 around 17% of the urban population lives in slums. A urban financing $17 per capita on urban infrastructure ideas spend -$100 per capita. A carbon emissions. Cities occupy less than 3% of the global terrestrial surface but accounts for 78% of the carbon emissions. A most urbanized state Goa 62.2% urban population 14 latest data, facts and figures. Reports and indices. A World Bank, around 80 million people live in urban poverty, with limited access to basic amenities and services. The World Urbanization Prospects, 2018 by the UNDC India will have added 416 million urban dwellers by 2030. A UN Habitat, by 2030, India will have 14 major clusters of cities accounting for 40% of its GDP. Constitutional provisions. A Article 48 Article 51 Gram. Article 243 A. 74th Constitutional Amendment. 12th Schedule. Schemes Institutions. A Atal Mission A PM Awas Yojana A Swachh Bharat Mission. A Amrut Mission A Smart City Mission A National Urban Digital Mission A Hriday Scheme. Reports and Commissions. A Second Arc emphasizes on adequate infrastructure, enhancing participation, water supply and distribution, sanitation, collection and disposal of garbage, electricity distribution, transport solutions. A 12th five-year plan, called Cities as Engines of Economic Growth. Indian Polity and Governance 15. 2.1 Governance. Definition A World Bank described good governance in its study, Governance and Development, published in 1992 as The Way Power is Exercised in the Development Management of a Country's Economic and Social Resources. Dimensions of Governance. A Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances DARPG, 5 broad dimensions, political, legal or judicial, administrative, economic and social, environmental dimensions. 2.2 Good governance. Components of good governance. Good governance. Definition A Good governance ensures that corruption is minimized, the views of minorities are taken into account and that the voices of the most vulnerable in society are heard in decision making. It is also responsive to the present and future needs of society. A Good governance equals efficiency jor inclusivity. Data and Facts Good Governance Index 2021. A Gujarat has topped the composite ranking in the Good Governance Index 2021 covering 10 sectors, followed by Maharashtra and Goa. Schemes A Right to Information 2005. A Governance, Pragati, Digital India Program, NCA 21, Passport Seva Kendra PSK, Online Income Tax Return, etc. A Motto of Minimum Government, Maximum Governance. A Aspirational Districts Program by NITI Aayog A Good Governance Index. Capacity Building Measures. A National Program for Civil Services Capacity Building Mission Karmayogi aims to transform the capacity building apparatus at individual, institutional and process levels. A Integrated Government Online Training IGIT A National Standards for Civil Service Training Institutions NSCSTI. It was developed by Capacity Building Commission for elevating quality and capacity of training delivery of central training institutes. 2. Indian Polity and Governance 16 latest data, facts and figures. 2.3 Ethical Governance. Definition A. Ethical governance equals governance जोड़ morals जोड़ ethical values. Examples. A citizen charter is one of the ways through which ethical governance can be upheld. A right to information is the foremost tool to maintain transparency. A spirit of rule of law. A social audit is one of the prime examples of citizens' participation. 2.4 EGOVERNANCE. A governance. Definition. The World Bank defines A governance as the use by government agencies of information technologies such as wide area networks, the internet, and mobile computing that have the ability to transform relations with citizens, businesses, and other arms of government. Pillars of A governance. A people, A process, A technology, A resources. Smart features of A governance. Smart governance. S simple, M moral, A accountable, R responsive, T transparent. Data and facts. A UNA Governance Development Index 2022. India ranks 105 out of 193 countries. A POS machines. More than 5.33 lakh of the total 5.4 lakh fair price shops in the country have EPOS devices. A digital divide. Only 28% of women in rural areas have access to the internet. A courts. There are 25 virtual courts in 20 states UT. Legal provisions. A Information Technology, IT Act 2000, provides for legal recognition for transactions through electronic communication. Schemes, initiatives of government. A Aadhaar Enabled Payment System, AEPS, Digital India, A Darpan, for NGOs Pragati, Proactive Governance and Timely Implementation. A National A Governance Plan, NEC Common Services Centers, A Unified Mobile Application for New Age Governance. Umang. Case Study. A Telangana, MeSeva Portal, delivering A governance through a web-based platform with over 550 services in its platform. A Kerala has become the first full A-governed state in India. A Seva Andhra Pradesh, designed to provide government to citizen and business to citizen services. A Bhumi Project Karnataka, it is a self-sustainable governance project for the computerized delivery of 20 million rural land records to 6.7 million farmers of Karnataka. Indian Polity and Governance 17. National Best Practices. A Government Services, DigiLocker, Umang, Unified Payment Interface, UPI Diksha, Merapachan, UPI Setu, MyGov Portal, CoWin app. A Agriculture, Mobile-Based Advisory System for Agriculture or Horticulture, MCHAR. AGRI, Soil Health Card, M-Kisan, National Agriculture Market. International Best Practices. A Estonia's Digital Identity System. A Dubai Smart Dubai Initiative. The Smart City Initiative integrates various city services and data to enhance urban living and efficiency. A Singapore's Single Sign-On. SingPass is a single sign-on system for different government services TSAs. A South Korea's online voting system. A New Zealand's government EN's website, centralized platform for accessing government information and services in New Zealand. A Norway's Alton platform. Alton is a one-stop government portal for businesses to interact with various government agencies and submit regulatory information in Norway. 2.5 Corporate Governance. Corporate Governance. Definition. A OECD defines corporate governance as procedures and processes according to which an organization is directed and controlled. Negligence of business ethics in corporate governance is a responsible factor for the failure of corporations. Data and facts. Say around 12 Indian companies have been featured in the Forbes list of the world's 2000 best regarded firms. Gandhian idea of trusteeship. A Gandhi's idea of trusteeship arose from his faith in the law of non-possession. It provides a means by which the wealthy people would be the trustees of trusts that looked after the welfare of the people in general. A Oxfam report reveals, India's top 5% population holds 60% of the wealth. Guidelines for corporate governance at international level. A. Cadbury Committee Report The Financial Aspects of Corporate Governance 1992 A. OECD Principles of Corporate Governance 2004 A. UNCTAD Guidance on Good Practices in Corporate Governance Disclosure 2006 Legal Provisions A. The Companies Act 2013 A. The Securities Contracts Regulation Act 1956 A. The Securities and Exchange Board of India Act 1992 A. The Depositories Act 1996 A. Thorough latest data, facts and figures. CSR and its types A. India is the first country in the world to make CSR mandatory through the Companies Act 2013. A. The indicative activities, which can be undertaken by a company under CSR, have been specified under Schedule 7 of the Act: environmental responsibility, ethical responsibility, philanthropic responsibility, economic responsibility. Committees and commissions. A. Uday Kotak Committee Recommendations, Kumar Mangalam Birla Committee, Narayana Murthy Committee, Naresh Chandra Committee, Rahul Bajaj Committee. 2.6 Judiciary Data and Facts A. Pendency 27% increase December 2019 and April 2022 according to the National Judicial Data Grid. A. As of May 2022, over 4.7 crore cases are pending in courts across different levels of the judiciary. Supreme Court, nearly 1,82,000 cases have been pending for over 30 years. High Court, 12.4% cases pending. Lower courts, 87.4% cases pending. A. Vacancies. The total sanction strength in the 25 high courts is 1080. However, the present working strength is 661 with 419 vacancies as of March 1, 2021. A. Fast-track courts, 761 FTSCS, including 414 exclusive POCSO courts, in 30 states and UTS, have resolved over 1.95 lakh cases. A. Per capita spending on free legal aid, India Justice Report 2019 75 paise per capita spent in 2018 and 1 rupaya or 5 paise in 2019 minus Bs, the lowest figures globally. In Australia, it is $23 and in Argentina $17. A. Gram Nyalayas, they were expected to reduce around 50% of the pendency of cases in subordinate courts. Only 208 Gram Nyalayas are functioning in the country. Constitutional Provisions A. Art 13 Art 21 Art 32 and 226 Art 38 Art 39 Art 50 Art 124 minus 147 Art 214 to 231 Art 233 minus 237 Art 372 Indian Polity and Governance 19 Legal Provisions A. Legal Services Authorities Act 1987 A. Family Court Act 1984 A. Gram Nyalayas Act 2008 A. The Administrative Tribunals Act 1985 Government Schemes A. All India Judicial Services to fill up vacancies, as recommended by Parliamentary Standing Committee on Law and Justice in 2013 A. Pro Bono Legal Services, National Judicial Data Grid A. Nyay Mitra, Judicial Service Center A. Interoperable Criminal Justice System, ICJS Tele-Law Initiative 2.7 Parliament and legislatures of UTS and states. Parliament functioning. Accountability mechanisms. A. Question hour, functioned only 60% of time in Lok Sabha. 52% of the time in Rajya Sabha PRS Legislative Research. A. Bills referred to committees. In 17th Lok Sabha, 16%, 15th Lok Sabha 71% of all bills. A. Scrutiny and discussion on budget. Between 2019 and 2023, on average, about 80% of the budget has been voted on without discussion. In 2023, the entire budget was passed without discussion. A. Absence of bill scrutiny. In 17th LS, 45 of 222 bills were passed through Parliament the same day of introduction ADR report. A. Reducing attendances. On average, MPS had 79% attendance during 17th LS compared to 81% 16th LS. A. This is the first time Lok Sabha did not elect the Deputy Speaker for its entire duration 17th Lok Sabha. Productivity of time. A. Lok Sabha 17th Lok Sabha LS held 274 sittings as compared to 331 sittings in 16th Lok Sabha. Bills passed in 17th Lok Sabha. A. 17th Lok Sabha 221 bills. 133 bills in 16th Lok Sabha. A. As many as 729 private members' bills were introduced in this Lok Sabha. Criminalization of politics. A. Percentage of MPS with criminal record. There has been a 55% increase in the number of MPS with declared criminal cases since 2009. 31% of those elected to the Lok Sabha in 2019 have declared serious crimes. 43% of the elected members of parliament in the 17th Lok Sabha had pending criminal cases against them. ADR 20 latest data, facts and figures. Women participation. A. Lok Sabha, around 13.62% of Lok Sabha 18th MPS are women. Women's representation has increased from 4.4% to 13.62% from during 1952 to 2024. A. Rajya Sabha, around 13% of Rajya Sabha MPS are women. Women's representation has increased from 6.9% to 10.2% from 1952 to 2020. A. Global average in legislature, 22.9%. India ranks 153 out of 190 nations in the percentage of women in the lower house. A. Panchayat, around 46.94% of Panchayat elected representatives are women. Women Sarpanchas accounted for 43% of total Gram Panchayats GPS across the country. A. State legislatures. Overall average female representation in state legislatures is just 9%. 2.8 Election and politics. Election and politics. Voter turnout. A. 67.4% turnout in 17th Lok Sabha elections. A. 65.79% in the 18th Lok Sabha elections. Electoral funding. A. Limit on funding of election. Limit of 95 lakh rupees for the candidates in The Lok Sabha elections 2024. ECI. A. Election funding. 55% electoral bonds to the ruling party. A. Election spending. 2019 Lok Sabha and Assembly elections between 55,000 rupees and 60,000 crore rupees was spent. 100 crores per constituency approximately. Center for Media Studies report. Around 1.35 lakh crore was spent during 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Center for Media Studies report. ADR report on electoral funding. ADR report the highest donations from electoral bonds, totaling 3,438 crore rupees, were received in 2019-20, the year of the general elections. The year 2021-22, which witnessed 11 assembly elections, saw donations worth 2,664 crore rupees through electoral bonds. A. Breakup of funding of 31 parties. 55.90% came from electoral bonds, 28.07% from the corporate sector, 16.03% from other sources. National parties witnessed a 743% increase of electoral bond donations between 2017-22. Indian Polity and Governance 21. Legal provisions. A. Representations of People's Act, 1951. A. Delimitation Commission Act of 2002. Committee and Commissions. A. The Second Administrative Reforms Commission 2008. A. Election Commission of India Proposed Electoral Reforms 2004. A. Jeevan Reddy Committee 2004. National Commission to Review the Working of the Constitution 2001. A. Indrajit Gupta Committee on State Funding of Elections 1998. A. Vora Committee Report 1993 on Criminalization of Politics. A. Goswami Committee on Electoral Reforms 1990. A. Tarkunde Committee 1974 Jaya Prakash Narayan Committee, 1974. A. Ram Nath Kovind Committee on Simultaneous Election, 2023. 2.9 Custodial Violence. Custodial Violence. Data and facts say custodial death. National Human Rights Commission, 2,152 deaths had occurred in judicial custody and 155 deaths had occurred in police custody from 2021 February 2022. A. Torture deaths. National campaign against torture. About 3/4 deaths in police custody occurred primarily as a result of torture in 2019. Dismal regard of fundamental rights. Report by Common Cause and CSDS Lokniti showed that 12% of police personnel never receive human rights training. A. Misuse of power of arrest. The National Police Commission third report had observed that 60% of all arrests were unnecessary. A. Highest number of custodial deaths in the last 5 years 2023-2018 have been reported in Gujarat 81, Maharashtra 80, Madhya Pradesh 50, Bihar 47. International Convention. A. UNCAT Convention Against Torture, signed and not ratified. A. The Nelson Mandela Rules, 2015. A. United Nations Charter, 1945. A. International Human Rights Law, 1948. Cases. A. Custodial rape case of Mathura in 1972. A. Benex and Jairaj case 2020. A. K. Rajkumar case 2019. A. Batod custodial death 2023. A. Tirunelveli custodial violence 2023-22. Latest data, facts and figures. Constitutional provisions. A. Article 21. Article 22(1). Article 39A. Legal provisions. A. Section 302 of the Indian Penal Code (IPC). A. Section 304 of IPC. A. Section 176(1) of the Code of Criminal Procedure (CRPC). 2.10 Prison reforms. Police reforms covered in an internal security document. Prison reforms. Data facts. A total number of prisons at national level has increased from 1,319 in 2021 to 1,330 in 2022. A. Overcrowding in jails. NCRB total of 1,361 jails across the country had over 4.50 lakh prisoners. Occupancy rate increased from 130.2% in 2021 to 131.4% in 2022. A. Under trial prisoners. 75% of prisoners are under trials. Extremely high by international standards, like 11% in the UK, 20% in the US and 29% in France. A. Severe staff crunch. 33% vacancy ratio between the prison staff and the prison population in India is approximately 1:7. Infrastructure. A. Difficulty in getting bail. A. Overcrowding. A. Understaffing. A. Low prison budgets. A. Low representation of women staff. Constitutional provisions. A. State subject. Prisons. Persons detained therein is a state subject. A. Art. 21. Art. 22(3)(b). Art. 22(4). Article 39A. Legal provisions. A. Bharatiya Nyay Sanhita (BNS 2023). A. Bharatiya Nagrik Suraksha Sanhita (BNSS 2023). A. Bharatiya Shiksha Adhiniyam (BSA). Committee and Commissions. A. Justice A. N. Mulla Committee 1980. A. Krishna Iyer Committee 1987. A. Justice Amitabh Roy Retired Committee 2018. Indian Polity and Governance 23. 2.11 Local Government. Local Government. Data facts. Say there are a total 283,976 local government bodies in India. 4,852 are urban local bodies. 262,996 are rural local bodies. 16,128 are traditional local bodies. Committee and Commissions. A. Hanumantha Rao Committee 1983 GVK. Rao Committee 1985. A. L. M. Singhvi Committee 1986. Sarkaria Commission on Center-State Relations 1988 APK. Thangan Committee 1989. Evolution of Panchayati Raj. A. British Rule Mayors Resolution 1870. Ripon Resolution 1882. Royal Commission on Decentralization 1907. Montagu-Chelmsford Reforms 1919. Government of India Act 1935. A Post-Independence. Balwant Rai Mehta Committee 1957. Ashok Mehta Committee 1977. Hanumantha Rao Committee 1984. L.M. Singhvi Committee 1986. Manishankar Iyer Committee 2012 etc. A. Article 40 of made a mention of panchayats and Article 246 empowers the state legislature to legislate with respect to any subject relating to local self-government. A democratic decentralization was launched in Rajasthan on October 2, 1959. A. Andhra Pradesh, PRI was introduced on the 1st of November 1959. A. 73rd and 74th Constitutional Amendment. Best Practices. A. Meenamadi Gram Panchayat in Kerala's Wayanad district. In 2016, the Meenamadi Panchayat envisaged a project called Carbon Neutral Meenamadi, the aim being to transform Meenamadi into a state of carbon neutrality. A. Palli Gram Panchayat in Jammu and Kashmir. It followed the same people-centric model, with specific local activities. The Panchayat has prepared a climate-resilient plan where villagers have been made aware of climate change mitigation factors, initiatives and efforts. A. Panchayat Development Index PDI. It is released by the Union Ministry of Panchayati Raj. A. Rashtriya Gram Swaraj Abhiyan RGSA. A. People's Plan Campaign PPC. Sabki Yojana Sabka Vikas. A. Backward Regions Grants Fund BRGF. A. National Institute of Rural Development and Panchayati Raj. A. National Panchayat Awards. ASWAMITVA Scheme 24. Latest data, facts and figures. 2.12 Citizen Charter. Citizen Charter. Definition. A. It is a document that acts to guard the rights of citizens. It guarantees citizens the right of redress on occasions where public service fails to meet certain standards. Data. Facts. A Citizens Charters initiative in India had started in 1997. A. About 98 central government charters and nearly 25 state government charters have already been implemented. A. Comprehensive website of Citizens Charter COI Charters. NIC. Launched by the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances 2002. Objective. A. Quality, e.g. information requested through RTI is provided in digital format in well-readable format. A. Choice, e.g. people are given choices to get the LPG connection through cylinder or piped connection. A. Standards, e.g. water quality standards offered by various private agencies and public agencies are published, which allows people to select service standards according to their needs. Legal provisions. A. The right of citizens for time-bound delivery of goods and services and redressal of their grievances. Bill 2011 Citizens Charter introduced to create a mechanism to ensure timely delivery of goods and services to citizens. A. The Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances DARPG, under the Ministry of Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions, Government of India, to provide a more responsive and citizen-friendly governance, coordinates the efforts to formulate and operationalize citizens' charters. Best Practices. Savotum Model. A. It is a generic framework for achieving excellence in public service delivery. It comprises of 3 modules, namely, Citizens Charter, Grievance Redressal Mechanism, Capability Building for Service Delivery. 2.13 RTI. Right to Information. Definition. A. RTI means that any Indian citizen can request any information which is supposed to be public knowledge from officers and departments of state or central governments. Nodal Officer. Application filed through RTI online portal reach electronically to the Nodal Officer. Indian Polity and Governance 25. Data. A. Backlogs. At present, nearly 3.21 lakh appeals and complaints are pending in 27 state information commissions across the country. In 2019 the number was 2. 18,347, which increased to 14,323 in 2022. The highest number of pending cases were in Maharashtra, followed by Uttar Pradesh and Karnataka. A defunct Information Commission's ICS. 4 out of 29 ICS across the country are completely defunct. 6 of them without a head. Only 5% of the positions are occupied by women. AA filing. Only 11 ICS out of 29 provide a filing facility for RTI applications or appeals, but only 5 are functional. Origin and evolution. A gained power when the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was adopted in 1948, providing everyone the right to seek, receive information and ideas through any media and regardless of frontiers. A. The International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights 1966 states that everyone shall have the right to freedom of expression, the freedom to seek and impart information and ideas of all kinds. A genesis of RTI law started in 1986, through judgment of Supreme Court in Mr. Kulwal v. S. Jaipur Municipal Corporation case, in which it directed that freedom of speech and expression provided under Article 19 of the Constitution clearly implies right to information, as without information the freedom of speech and expression cannot be fully used by the citizens. Constitutional provisions. A. Article 19, 21 et c. Legal provisions. A. RTI Act 2005. When it came into force in 2005, it was hailed as a Sunshine Act. Second Act on RTI. The Right to Information Law of 2005 marks a radical shift in our governance culture, leaving a lasting impact on all state agencies. The successful implementation of this law hinges on 3 foundational changes, shifting from a prevailing culture of secrecy to a newfound culture of openness. Transitioning from personalized despotism to authority coupled with accountability. Moving away from unilateral decision-making to participative governance. Good governance comprises 4 essential elements: transparency, accountability, predictability, participation. 2.14 NGO. NGOs. Definition. A is defined by the World Bank. NGOs refers to not-for-profit organizations that pursue activities to relieve suffering, promote the interests of the poor, protect the environment, provide basic social services, or undertake community development. A. These organizations are not a part of the government, have a legal status and are registered under the specific Act, Societies Registration Act, 1860 in India, of the government. 26 Latest data, facts and figures. Data and facts. A number of NGOs. Darpan portal. More than 67,000 NGOs are registered with the NITI Aayog on their NGO Darpan platform, which was created to bring about greater partnership. CSO data March 2023, 33 lakh NGOs in India. There are around 4 NGOs for every 1,000 people in urban areas. 2.3 NGOs for every 1,000 rural population. Uttar Pradesh tops the list with more than 5.48 lakh NGOs, followed by Maharashtra, which has 5.18 lakh NGOs. A. Taxation. All NGOs are required to file income tax under Section 12A, IT Act 1961. A. NGOs under RTI. Various reports, including reports of CBI and Intelligence Bureau, have shown the misappropriation of funds by a large number of NGOs, which could cost India around 2-3% of its GDP. Constitutional provisions. A. Art. 19 C. Art. 43. A concurrent list in entry 28 mentions about charities and charitable institutions, charitable and religious endowments and religious institutions. A. Part IXB cooperative societies. A. State list entry 32. Legal provisions. A. Foreign Contribution Regulation Act FCRA 2010. A. Foreign Exchange Management Act 1999. A. The Societies Act 1860. A. Indian Trust Act 1882. A. Public Trust Act 1950. A. Religious Endowment Act 1863. A. The Charitable and Religious Trust Act 1920. A. The Musalman Waqf Act 1923. A. The Waqf Act 1954 A Public Wakefs Extension of Limitation Act 1959 A The Companies Act 2013 Section 8. Other committees and commissions. A.S. Vijay Kumar Committee. Case Studies. A Pratam Foundation brought out its ASER reports measuring parameters of educational performance at school level. These inputs help administrators recalibrate their policies where they may be going wrong. A PETA, believed to be encroached upon the centuries-old tradition and culture of the people, and led to mass protest at times. E. G. Jallikattu issue. 2.15 Role of civil society. SHG and civil society. Definition. The term civil society refers to both formal and informal entities and encompasses the private sector, the media, and other organizations. Indian Polity and Governance 27. Data and facts say India has around 1.2 crore SHGs, 88% being all women SHGs. Due to the SHG Bank Linkage Program SHGBLP, 97.5% of SHGs now hold bank accounts. About 1 crore SHGs with active bank linkages. Involvement of 10 crore people of India. The aggregate bank balance of about Rs. 7,000 crores. A contribution of CSOS during COVID-19, approximately 84 lakh people were provided meals across the country during the lockdown that started on the 25th of March. Overall, there were 9 states and UTs where NGOs fed more than 75% of the people who were provided meals during the lockdown. Constitutional provisions. A. Article 19 of the Constitution provides for the democratic right to protest as part of the freedom of expression. Government schemes. A. Mission Karmayogi. A lateral entry scheme. A robust vigilant mechanism. A 360-degree system of appraisal. A. Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana National Rural Livelihoods Mission DAYNRLM Startup Village Entrepreneurship Program SVEP Mahila Kisan Sashktikaran Pariyojana MKSP. A. Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act MGNREGA. Best practices examples. A. National Geeta Kurmi. Amba Foundation Seva Self-Employed Women's Association Chintan. A. Global Amnesty International. Oxfam Center for Civilians. Watchlist International Trade Union Confederation Worldwide Fund for Nature WWF Greenpeace. The Danish Refugee Council DRC Reporter Without Border. Best practices. A. Kudumbashri in Kerala, 1998 to wipe out absolute poverty through community action. A. Mahila Arthik Vikas Mahamandal MAVIM in Maharashtra to provide financial and livelihood services to SHGs. 28 Latest data, facts and figures. 2.16 Human resources. Data, facts. A Human Development Index, 2023-24 UNDP India ranked 134 among 191 countries. A window of opportunity. Demographic dividend advantage for India is available from 2005-06 to 2055-56, longer than any country in the world. Around 68% of the population falls between the ages of 15 and 64. 26% falls within the 10 to 24 age group, making India one of the youngest countries globally. Median age of 28.4 years. A potential working population. India will have 1.04 working age persons by 2030. With about 24.3% of the incremental global workforce over the next decade from 2020. India would remain the largest provider of human resources in the world. India's dependency ratio would be the lowest in its history by 2030 at 31.2%. Government schemes. A National Youth Policy 2014. A Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana. A National Skill Development Corporation. A Rashtriya Yuva Sashaktikaran Karyakram Scheme. A Right to Education RTE Act. A Rashtriya Madhyamik Siksha Abhiyan. A Rashtriya Uchchaktar Siksha Abhiyan RUSA. A Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Kendras PMKK. Udan. A Apprenticeship Training under the Apprentices Act 1961. Indian Institute of Skills IISS Sankalp. Digital Health Mission. Digital India. Startup India. 2.17 Skill Development. Skill Development. Need for skill development. Unemployment, around 7% or 8% in 2022, up from about 5% 5 years ago. Center for Monitoring Indian Economy labor force participation rate, dropped to just 40%. Employability. As per the India Skills Report 2015, only 37.22% of surveyed people were found employable. 34.26% among males, 37.88% among females. Indian Polity and Governance 29. Vocational training. 86.1% of those between 15 and 59 years had not received any vocational training. The remaining 13.9% had received training through diverse formal and informal channels. PLFS skilling. 4.7% of the total workforce in India had undergone formal skill training. 2015 report on National Policy on Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. 52% in the US, 80% in Japan, and 96% in South Korea. Over 2010-2014 indicated an additional net incremental requirement of 10.97 crores of skilled manpower in 24 key sectors by 2022. National Skill Development Corporation NSDC. In addition, the 29.82 crore farm and non-farm sector workforce needed to be skilled, reskilled, and upskilled. Data facts. Employability among the youngsters. As per the VBox India Skills Report 2023, in contrast with last year's employability figures of 46.2%, 50.3% of young people were found to be highly employable overall. The report also points out that 89% of graduates were actively seeking internship opportunities. Women. The percentage of the employable women workforce has increased to 52.8%, compared to 47.2% for men. According to a 2019 study by the National Skills Development Corporation NSDC, 7 crore additional people in the working age of 15 to 59 years are expected to enter the labor force by 2023. Government schemes. Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana Sankalp and Strive. Mandatory CSR expenditure in skilling. Corporations in India have invested over 100,000 crore rupees in diverse social projects. Teachers Initiative for Skilling. Nearly 40 skill development programs are implemented by 20 central ministries' departments. Results achieved. More than 7.36 lakh candidates trained under Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana PMKVY 3.0. The Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship contributes about 55% of the skilling achieved. India achieved the 11th position in the World Skills Competition 2022 WSC 2022, an improvement from its 13th position in 2019. 30 latest data, facts and figures. 2.18 Health expenditure. Healthcare expenditure. 2.1% of GDP in FY23. Economic Survey 2022-23. Healthcare spending showed a 63% increase in healthcare spending from 2014-15 to 2021-22. Out-of-pocket expenditure declined from 62.6% to 39.4% between 2014-15 and 2021-22. Per capita government spending on health has also nearly tripled in the same period. Data and facts. Health insurance coverage. Rural, 14%. Urban, 19%. Source of hospitalization expenditure. Household income. Savings, 80%. Borrowings, 13%. Life expectancy, male, 67.4 years. Females, 70.2 years. Neonatal mortality rate declined from 57 in 1990 to 22 in 2019. NFHS 5.18. Maternal health. About 93.8% of childbirths were institutional deliveries in rural areas. Pre and postnatal care. Among women in the age group 15 to 49 years, about 97% of women took prenatal care and about 88% of women took postnatal care. Mental health. WHO estimate suggests that India has one of the largest populations affected by mental illness. Infrastructure and human resource. Hospital beds. WHO India has only 16 hospital beds per 10,000 people. Compared with us 27, China 50, South Korea 127. Doctor population ratio. The present ratio in India is 1:834. Constitutional provisions. Art. 21. Art. 38. Art. 39. Art. 41. Art. 42. Art. 47. Art. 48A. 11th Schedule and 12th Schedule provisions. Drinking water, health and sanitation, family welfare, women and child development, social welfare etc. 7th Schedule. Health is a state subject under the 7th Schedule of the Indian Constitution. Indian Polity and Governance Acts. Legal provisions. The Epidemic Disease Act 1897. Indian Medical Council Professional Conduct, Etiquette and Ethics Regulations 2002. The Consumer Protection Act 1986. Drugs and Cosmetic Act 1940. Clinical Establishment Act 2010. The Maternity Benefit Amendment Act 2017, etc. Government schemes. The National Health Policy (NHP) aims to provide everyone with access to affordable, quality health care. It proposes raising public health expenditure to 2.5% of the GDP by 2025. Ayushman Bharat Scheme (PMJ) Janni Shishu Suraksha Karyakram (JSSK). राष्ट्रीय किशोर स्वास्थ्य कार्यक्रम RAKSK राष्ट्रीय बाल स्वास्थ्य कार्यक्रम RBSK यूनिवर्सल इम्यूनाइजेशन प्रोग्राम मिशन इंद्रधनुष मी जननी सुरक्षा योजना JSY प्रधानमंत्री सुरक्षित मातृत्व अभियान PMSME नवजात शिशु सुरक्षा कार्यक्रम NSSK नेशनल प्रोग्राम फॉर फैमिली प्लानिंग लक्ष्य प्रोग्राम लेबर रूम क्वालिटी इंप्रूवमेंट इनिशिएटिव नेशनल आयोडीन डेफिशिएंसी डिसऑर्डर्स कंट्रोल प्रोग्राम मदर्स एब्सोल्यूट अफेक्शन प्रोग्राम इंटीग्रेटेड डिजीज सर्वेलेंस प्रोग्राम IDSP रिवाइज्ड नेशनल ट्यूबरकुलोसिस कंट्रोल प्रोग्राम RNTCP नेशनल लेप्रेसी एराडिकेशन प्रोग्राम NLEP Pulse Polio Program National Mental Health Program. Committees and Commissions. Bhor Committee 1946, Mudaliar Committee 1962, Chadha Committee 1963, Mukherjee Committee 1965, Kartar Singh Committee 1973, Bajaj Committee 1986, Udupa KN Committee 1958. Best Practices Astana Declaration by WHO Global Commitment to Strengthen Primary Health Care. SC Ruling Paschim Bengal Khet Mazdoor Samiti Case 1996. Paramanand Kataravi Union of India 1989. 2.19 Education. Education. Expenditure as percent of GDP 2.9% during 2019-22, 2022 days. As a percentage of total government expenditure, dipped from 10.7% in 2019-22 to 9.5% in 2022 days. 32 latest data, facts and figures. Data and facts AICR 2023. Enrollment, 86.8% of 14 to 18-year-olds are enrolled in an educational institution. 3.9% of 14-year-olds and 32.6% of 18-year-olds not enrolled. Vocational training. Only 5.6% of school students are taking vocational training. Vocational training is more prevalent among college-level students 16.2%. Learning outcome. About 25% of the youth cannot read a Class 2 level text fluently in their regional language. Over half struggle with division problems. Only 57.3% can read sentences in English. Gender disparity. Girls are reported to be less likely to know how to use a smartphone or computer compared to boys. Males 43.7% were more than twice as likely as girls 19.8% to own their own smartphone. AISHE 2018-19, SC or ST enrollment is 14.89% and 5.53% respectively. AA Learning and Digital Literacy 31% 463 million of school children worldwide cannot be reached by remote learning programs. 15% of rural India has the internet, 42% of urban India has the internet. Constitutional provisions. A. Article 21, Article 28, Article 29, Article 30, A. Article 41, Article 45, Article 46, A. Article 51K added after 86th Constitutional Amendment Act, 2002. A. Art. 350A. Legal provisions. A. Right to Education RTE Act 2009. A. 103rd Constitutional Amendment Act. Government schemes. A. Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan. Beti Bachao Beti Padhao ए कस्तूरबा गांधी बालिका विद्यालय. समग्र शिक्षा ए पदे भारत बदे भारत ए एकलव्य मॉडल रेजिडेंशियल स्कूल्स बालिका समृद्धि योजना ए डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी ऑफ इंडिया स्वयं प्रभा ए उल्लास नव भारत शिक्षात कार्यक्रम. Committees and Commissions. A. Ramamurthy Committee 1990, Tapas Majumdar Committee 1999, A. TSR Subramanian Committee 2016, Kasturirangan Committee 2017. Civil Society Examples. A. Pratam publishes the Annual Status of Education Report ASER. A. The Akshaya Patra Foundation TAPF addresses malnutrition and supports the right to education of disadvantaged children. A. Bachpan Bachao Andolan by the Nobel Laureate Kailash Satyarthi. SC ruling A. Unnikrishnan JPV State of Andhra Pradesh or others, SC held that education is a fundamental right flowing from Article 21. Indian Economy and Economic Development 33. 3. Indian Economy and Economic Development. A. Note, Economic Survey Summary 2023-24 is to be released, refer to it for updated data. However, you can also use data from here in mains. 3.1 Economy and Economic Development. India's fiscal policy. Key data a fiscal deficit, 5.8% of GDP. A. Debt to GDP, 83.1%. Targets under FRBM Act. A. Fiscal deficit target, 4.5% of GDP by 2025-26. A. The fiscal deficit in 2024-25 is estimated to be 5.1% of GDP. A. FRBMA targeted eliminating revenue deficit and a manageable fiscal deficit of 3% of GDP by March 2008. A. N. K. Singh Committee. Government targets a budget deficit of 3% of GDP in the fiscal years ending March 31, 2020, then reduces it to 2.8% in 2020-21 and 2.5% by 2023. States finance. A. Revenue expenditure, 83%. A. Capital expenditure, 17%. A. States' gross fiscal deficit GFD 4.1% of GDP in 2020-21 to 3.4% in 2022-23. A. States' debt 29.5% of GDP in 2022-23 is against 31.1% in 2020-21. Schemes initiatives. A. FRBM 2003. A. Municipal bonds, Lucknow becomes 9th city to raise municipal bonds. Direct taxation. Key data in net direct tax growth, 17.7% in 2023-24. A. Share in overall tax collection, 54.62% in free 2022-days. A. Direct to indirect tax ratio, 35:65. OECD economies, 67:33. Issues. A. Transfer pricing. A. Cryptocurrency. A. Tax avoidance. A. Weak tax administration. Schemes initiatives. A. Global minimum taxation under OECD. A. Digital tax under OECD. like equalization levy, A faceless assessment, A double taxation avoidance agreements, A arm length pricing for transfer pricing issues, A CBDC central bank digital currency, A direct tax code on lines of GST can be done. 34 latest data, facts and figures. A focus on digital transactions, A Vivad se Vishwas scheme, A transparent taxation honoring the honest platform. Overview of sectors of economy. Overall growth, A. The IMF expects the Indian economy to grow at 7% in 2024, up 0.2 percentage points from its earlier assessment. A. In purchasing power parity, third largest economy. A. Forex reserves, $666.85 billion as of July 12, 2024. A. Economic Survey 2022-23 GDP forecast for FY24 to be in the range of 6-6.8%. A. Global Innovation Index G, rank 40. A. Nominal GDP, projected to grow at 15.4% year-on-year YOY in FY 2022-23. A. The real GDP, projected to grow by 7% YOY relative to 8.7% in 2021-22. A. Exports, they are estimated to grow at 12.5% in FY 2022-23. A. The share of exports in GDP at 2011-12 prices also increased to 22.7%. Sectoral share towards GDP, tertiary 60% greater than secondary 28% greater than primary 12%. A. Sectoral share by working force, primary 51% greater than tertiary 27% greater than secondary 22%. A. Sectoral growth, average annual growth, agriculture and allied, 4.6%, services, 9.1%, manufacturing, 11.6%, industry, 4.1%. Agriculture. A. Projected growth, by 3.5% 2022-23. A. The Periodic Labor Force Survey PLFS 2022-23, farm sector's share in total employment is 45.5%. A. Gross value added GVA of agriculture and allied sectors for the year 2022-23 is 18.3%. Industry. A growth of 4.1% in FY 2022-23 relative to 10.3% in FY 2021-22. A. Gross value added GVA by the industrial sector rose 3.7%, higher than the average growth of 2.8%. A. Construction sector, to see a growth of 10.7%, already witnessed a good growth rate of 8.5%. Services. A. Contributes over 50% to India's GDP. Share in gross value added GVA declined from 55% in 2019-22 to 53% in 2021-22 due to COVID. A. It outsourcing service market, expected to grow 6-8% between 2021 and 2024. A. Share in global services increased to 4.6% in 2023. A. Share in goods exports increased from 1% to 1.8% in the period. Indian Economy and Economic Development 35. Committee and Commission. A. Khan Working Group, A. Tarapur Committee, A. Waghul Committee, A. Rangarajan Committee. 3.2 Employment, Unemployment and Skill Development. Facts and data. A. The unemployment rate dropped to 3.1% in 2023. Lowest in the past 3 years. Decline in the unemployment rate among females to 3% in 2023. For males, it decreased to 3.2% in 2023. A. The LFPR rose to 56.2% in 2023, from 52.8% in 2022. A. 82% of the workforce engaged in the informal sector. A. Self-employment remains the primary source of employment, 55.8% in 2022. Casual and regular employment accounted for 22.7% and 21.5% respectively. A. Among the educated unemployed youth, women accounted for a larger share, 76.7% than men, 62.2%. Urban-rural divide. A. Urban areas, reduction to 5.2% in 2023 from 5.9% in 2022 and 6.5% in 2021. A. Rural areas, decrease to 2.4% in 2023 from 2.8% in 2022 and 3.3% in 2021. Share in employment. A. Employment in agriculture fell to around 42% in 2019 from 60% in 2000. A. The non-farm shift was largely absorbed by construction and services. A. Employment in manufacturing, stagnant at 12-14%. Constitutional provision. Article 16. Article 19(6). Article 21. Article 23. Article 24. Article 39. Article 41. Article 43. Schemes and initiatives. A. Support for marginalized individuals for livelihood and enterprise. A. PM Daksh Pradhan Mantri Dakshta और कुशलता संपन्न हितग्राही. A. Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act. Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana. A. Startup India Scheme. रोजगार मेला. A. दीन दयाल अंत्योदय योजना National Urban Livelihoods Mission. A. गरीब कल्याण रोजगार अभियान. प्रधान मंत्री मुद्रा योजना. Labor Codes. A. The Code on Wages, 2019. A. The Code on Occupational Safety, Health and Working Conditions, 2020. A. The Code on Social Security, 2020. A. Code on Industrial Relations, 2020. Committee and Commission. A. Arjun Sengupta Committee. A. Sharda Prasad Committee. A. Bhagwati Committee. 36 Latest data, facts and figures. 3.3 Taxation. Facts and data. A. Direct tax collections, increase of 121.18% free 2021 minus 22 compared to free 2013 minus 14. A. The direct tax buoyancy reached 2.52, highest level in the past 15 years. A. Direct and indirect taxes, 54.4% and 45.6% respectively, of GTR. A. Direct and indirect tax receipts, estimated to grow at 10.5% and 10.4% respectively. A. Gross tax revenue GTR projected to grow at 10.4% in free 2023 minus jobbies over the previous year. A. GST revenue collection. The revenues for May 2023 are 12% higher than the GST revenues in the same month last year. Tax to GDP ratio. A. Tax to GDP ratio, 11.7%. Direct taxes, 6.1%. Indirect taxes, 5.6%. A. Only 6.08 CR individuals pay taxes, 4.9%. It is much below the desired level of 23%. Only 15.5% of net national income is reported. A. 2021-22, 7.14 crore income tax returns ITRS were filed, an increase of 2.4% from the previous year. Non-tax revenue. A. 11.5% of the revenue received. A. Projected to be at 3.02 lakh rupees crore, which is 15.2% more than the previous year. Constitutional provision. Article 248. Article 269. Article 270. Article 285. Article 289. The 73rd and 74th Constitutional Amendment Act. Legal provisions. A. Income Tax Act 1961. Finance Act 2004. A. Customs Act 1962. Customs Tariff Act. Schemes and initiatives. A. Vivad se Vishwas Scheme, Direct Tax. A. GST Act, 2017, Indirect Tax. Committee and Commission. A. Raja Chalya Committee. A. YB Reddy Committee. A. Kelkar Committee. A. Rekhi Committee. Indian Economy and Economic Development 37. 3.4 Banking and Payment Systems. Banking. Gross NPA highest share, infrastructure sector. A. Scheduled Commercial Banks SCBS. The gross non-performing asset GNPA ratio fell from 3.9% in March 2023 to 3.2% in September 2023. set to improve further up to 2.1% by the end of the financial year 2025. A written off loans, 14.56 lakh rupees crore in the last 9 financial years 2014-2023. A net non-performing advances NNPA ratio declined to 1.3% in September 2022. A NPAs in SHG reduced to 1.8% in 2021 from 6.18% in 2018. A agricultural NPAs 17.4% of the total banking sector NPAs in 2021. A MSMEs overall GNPA ratio fell to 7.7% in September 2022. Credit growth. A personal loans largest component of bank credit, 32.1% of outstanding credit. Services 28.4% of total bank credit. Industry 26.2% of total bank credit. Agriculture 13.3% of total bank credit. Credit growth for scheduled commercial banks SCBs 15.4% as compared to 9.7% last year. Provision coverage ratio. A. The PCR helps in estimating the financial health of a bank. PCR of 70% is the benchmark as set by the RBI. Schemes initiatives. A. The Recovery of Debts Due to Banks and Financial Institutions Act RDB Act 1993. A. The Securitization and Reconstruction of Financial Assets and Enforcement of Security Interest Act SARFAESI Act 2002. A. The Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code IBC 2016. A. Reserve Bank of India Act 1934. IBC Amendment Act 2020. A. Banking Regulation Act 1949. Banking Regulation Amendment Ordinance 2020. Committee and Commission. A. P.K. Mahanti Committee. A. Narasimham Committee. A. Subhash Chandra Committee. A. P.J. Nayak Committee. A. K.V. Kamath Committee. A. Nachiket Mo Committee. Differentiated Banking 38. Latest data, facts and figures. Microfinance. Purpose. A. Inclusive growth via financial inclusion. A. Poverty alleviation. A. Women empowerment. A. Promoting entrepreneurship. Government initiatives. A. Mudra Yojana. A. Mahila Samriddhi Yojana. A. Krishi Sampada Payment Systems and Fintech Sector. Digital Payment Modes. A. Debit Card, Credit Card. A. Prepaid Payment Instruments PPI, ARTGS, NEFT. AOP, United Payment Interface. A. APES, Aadhaar Enabled Payment System. A. NUCH, National Automated Clearing House. A. BBPS, Bharat Bill Payment System. Key data. A. Volume of digital transactions. The book size of the Indian digital lending companies is set to grow from $38.2 billion United States dollars in 2021 to nearly $515 billion United States dollars by 2030. Value of instant digital transactions was 4 times higher than the combined transactions in the USA, Britain, Germany, and France combined. A. Fintech adoption rate, 87% global average, 64%. India has third largest fintech ecosystem globally. India accounts for 46% of all digital payments in the world. UPI transactions now account for 80% of all digital payments in India. Schemes initiatives. A. Jump Trinity. A. NPCI, formed under the provisions of the Payment and Settlement Systems Act 2007 for creating a robust payment and settlement infrastructure in India. A. GSTN. ADBT schemes. A. Regulatory sandbox by RBI. RBI's Payments Vision 2025. 3.5 External sector. Key data. A. Exports 18% of the GDP. India's goods exports 0.67% decline from last year's tally. A. Imports, on the other hand, dropped by 6% to $57.3 billion United States dollars during the same period. A. Merchandise export, $451 billion United States dollars in 2022-23, growing at an average annual rate of 5%. Indian economy and economic development 39. A. The goods trade deficit contracted to $15.6 billion United States dollars, the lowest in 11 months. A. Global Trade Outlook and Statistics Report India's share of global goods exports was 1.8% in 2023. Imports were 2.8%. Gold imports fell sharply by 53.6% in March to 1.53 billion United States dollars. In non-oil, non-gold imports, the drop in non-petroleum, non-gold imports contributed to the overall decline. A silver imports surge. Interestingly, silver imports jumped to 816.6 million United States dollars. Top export items: A. Engineering goods, electronic goods, drugs and pharmaceuticals. Top import items: A. Gold, fertilizers, crude or manufactured. Top export destination: A. United States of America, United Arab Emirates, Netherlands. Top import destination: A. China. A. United Arab Emirates. A. United States of America. Foreign trade policy: A. $2 trillion exports by 2030. A. Rupee to be a global currency. A. India to be a trade hub. A. Restructure depth of commerce. A. Digitize the application process. Other initiatives: A. Pradhan Mantri Gati Shakti. A. National Industrial Corridor Development Program. A. GIS-enabled Land Bank. India Industrial Land Bank, IILB. A. Industrial Park Rating System, IPRS. A. Productivity-Linked Incentive, PLI. Make in India. A. Startup India, One District One Product. A. National Single Window System. A. MEAS Merchandise Export from India Scheme. CAS Services Export from India Scheme. TIES Trade Export from India Scheme. India's Forex. A. Forex reserves in India data as per July 2024 reached an all-time high of $666.85 billion as of July 12, 2024. Covers around 11 months of projected imports. A. Foreign currency assets, FCA, the biggest component of the Forex reserves, rose to $577.11 billion United States dollars. A. Gold reserves increased to $57.43 billion United States dollars. A. Reserve position in the IMF increased by $4 million to $4.58 billion. 40 latest data, facts and figures. 3.6 Insurance. Data and facts. A. Extent. India is the 10th largest life insurance market globally. 4th largest general insurance market in Asia. 14th largest globally. India has 57 insurance companies. 24 are in the life insurance business. 34 are non-life insurers. A. Insurance penetration. The Economic Survey 2022-23 increased up to 4.2%. 2023 accounted for 4% of the GDP. Life insurance 3%. Non-life insurance 8%. Almost twice more than that in emerging markets and slightly above the global average. A. FDI in insurance. 53,900 crore रुपए received between December 2014 and January 2024. Permissible FDI limit increased from 26% in 2014 to 49% in 2015 and then to 74% in 2021. Legal provisions. A. General Insurance Business Nationalization Act 1972. A. General Insurance Business Nationalization Amendment Bill 2021. A. Deposit Insurance and Credit Guarantee Corporation DICGC and DICGC Amendment Act 2021. Schemes and initiatives. A. Insurance cover has been provided for 44.6 crore persons under PM Suraksha Bima and PM Jeevan Jyoti Yojana. A. Ayushman Bharat PM Jan Arogya Yojana. A. Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana. A. Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana. A. Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. Committee and Commissions. A. GN Bajpai Committee. A. G. Srinivasan Committee. A. RN Malhotra Committee. 3.7 Inclusive Growth. Pillars of Inclusive Growth. A. Education. A. Health. A. Employment and skilling. A. Poverty and hunger. A. Quality of life, rights, happiness, environment etc. Indian economy and economic development 41. Data, facts. A. Multidimensional Poverty Index 2023 UNDP. India still has more than 230 million people who are poor. The UNDP defines, vulnerability is the share of people who are not poor but have deprivations. India has some 18.7% population under this category. A Human Development Index 2023, UNDP, India ranked 134th out of 193 countries. A Global Hunger Index 2023, India ranks 11125th. A Global Slavery Index, India won among the countries with the highest number of forced laborers. A World Happiness Report WHR 2024, ranked 126th out of 143 nations. Constitutional Provisions. A. Article 38. Article 39. Article 43. Article 46. FYPs associated with inclusive growth. A. 11th 5-year Plan 2007-12. A. 12th 5-year Plan 2012 to 2017. Related schemes. A. Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act Scheme. MGNREGA. A. Prime Minister's Employment Generation Program PMEGP. A. Mudra Bank Scheme APT. Deen Dayal Upadhyaya Gramin Kaushalya Yojana DDUGKY. A. Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana National Urban Livelihoods Mission TAYNULM. A. Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan ACSI. National Rural Health Mission. A. Bharat Nirman Swachh Bharat Mission. Mission Ayushman. A. Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. 3.8 Government Budgeting and Public Finance. Key facts. A. Targeted fiscal deficit to be below 4.5% by 2025-26. A. Per capita income doubled to 1.97 lakh rupees in around 9 years. A. Digital payments 7,400 crore digital payments of 126 lakh rupees crore have taken place through OP in 2022. A. Capital expenditure and investment, budget estimate 2023 10 lakh rupee crore capital investment, a steep increase of 33% for third year in a row. Effective capital expenditure of Centre to be 13.7 lakh rupees crore. A. Other, continuation of 50-year interest-free loan to state governments for 1 more year. The Indian economy has become the 5th largest economy in the world. 42 latest data, facts and figures. Infrastructure. A new Infrastructure Finance Secretariat, established to enhance opportunities for private investment in infrastructure. A Urban Infrastructure Development Fund, UIDF, will be established through use of priority sector lending shortfall. Managed by National Housing Bank. Used by public agencies to create urban infrastructure in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. Health. A Sickle Cell Anemia Elimination Mission to be launched. A Medical Education, 157 new nursing colleges will be established in co-location with the existing 157 medical colleges established since 2014. A. Vaccinations, 220 crore COVID vaccination of 102 crore persons. Agriculture Budget 2023-2024. A. Credit, investment of 2,516 crore rupees initiated. Computerization of 63,000 primary agricultural credit societies packs. 20 lakh rupees crore agricultural credit targeted at animal husbandry, dairy and fisheries. A. Entrepreneurship, Agriculture Accelerator Fund to be set up. Encourage agri startups by young entrepreneurs in rural areas. A. Natural Farming, 500 new waste to wealth plants under Gobardhan Galvanizing Organic Bioagro Resources Dhan scheme. Center to facilitate 1 crore farmers to adopt natural farming over the next 3 years. For this, 10,000 bio-input resource centers to be set up, creating a national-level distributed micro-fertilizer and pesticide manufacturing network. Atma-Nirbhar Clean Plant Program, for boosting availability of disease-free, quality planting material for high-value horticultural crops. A. Farmer Support, PM Kisan Samman Nidhi cash transfer of 2.2 lakh rupees crore to over 11.4 crore farmers. A. Infrastructure and Storage, digital public infrastructure for agriculture to be built as an open source, open standard and interoperable public good. Massive decentralized storage capacity to be set up to help farmers store their produce. Help realize remunerative prices through sale at appropriate times. Indian economy and economic development 43. Social empowerment. AEPFO membership has more than doubled to 27 crore. A Swachh Bharat Mission, 11.7 crore household toilets constructed as of July 2024. A Ujjwala scheme, 9.6 crore LPG connections provided as of December 2022. A PVTGS, RS, 15,000 crore for Pradhan Mantri PVTG development mission over the next 3 years. Budget 2023-24 A Aspirational Blocks Program 2023 covering 500 blocks launched for saturation of essential government services across multiple domains. Constitutional provisions. A. Article 112. Article 114. Article 264. Article 266(1). Article 266(2). Article 267. Legal provisions. A. Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management FRBM Act 2003. Committee and Commissions. A. Aquat Committee 1920-21 A. N. K. Singh Committee A. Rangarajan Committee A. Bimal Jalan Committee A. Shankaracharya Committee 3.9 Agriculture. Agriculture and allied sector in India. Overview. Share in GDP free 23-2022 days. A. Declined to 15% last fiscal year from 35% in 1990-91 A. Contributes 15% to the GWA. Employment share. A. About 45.76% of the total workforce. Major crops. A. Rice second largest producer in the world after China. A. Wheat second largest producer in the world after China. A. Maize seventh largest producer in the world. A. Pulses largest producer as well as consumer in the world. A. Jowar one of the largest producers in the world. Horticulture. A. Second largest producer of fruits and vegetables. A. Produces both tropical and temperate fruits. A. Produces about 13% of the world's vegetables. Commercial crops. A. Sugarcane second largest producer after Brazil. A. Jute largest producer in the world. A. Cotton largest producer in the world. A. Rubber fourth largest producer in the world. A. Coffee seventh largest producer in the world. A. Tea second largest producer in the world. Livestock. A. Livestock sector contribution to agriculture GDP around 30%. A. The livestock sector has grown at a CAGR of 7.38% from 2014-15 to 2022 days. 44 latest data, facts and figures. Fisheries. A. Around 28 million people are employed. A. Fish constituted about 10% of total exports. 20% of the agricultural exports. Food processing sector. A. GWA in the food processing sector increased from 1.3 lakh rupees crore in 2013-14 to 1.92 lakh rupees crore in 2022-23 at a CAGR of 4.43%. Committee and Commissions. A. Khusro Committee, R.V. Gupta Committee A. Shanta Kumar Committee, Shankar Guru, Model APMC Committee A. Ashok Dalwai Committee, Mahesh Kumar Jain Committee. Constitutional Provisions. A. Agriculture is a state subject. A. Entry 14 of the state list. A. Entry 33 in the concurrent list. Inputs. Raw materials. Seed. A. Fifth largest seed market across the globe. A. Certified seeds availability, 40%. A. Schemes and initiatives, National Seeds Corporation NSC 1963 High Yielding Variety HYVS, Program 1966-67 National Seeds Policy 2002 National Mission on Agricultural Extension and Technology, Seeds Village Program 2005. Sathi Portal Seeds Act 1966. Essential Commodities Act 1955. Soil. A. Schemes and initiatives. Soil Health Card, Rashtriya Krishi Vigyan Yojana NABARD Loan, National Food Security Mission National Horticulture Mission. Water. A. Irrigation coverage, currently, approximately 50% of India's gross cropped area is irrigated. A. Schemes and initiatives. PM Krishi Sinchai Yojana, MGNREGA Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana, Atal Bhujal Yojana. Mechanization A mechanization level, 40-45%. USA 95%, Brazil 75% and China 57%. Indian equipment market 7% share globally. 80% of the value comes from tractors. A schemes and initiatives. Submission on agriculture mechanization electronic negotiable warehouse receipts Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana Indian economy and economic development 45. Fertilizers A the second largest consumer of urea after China. A second in the production of nitrogenous fertilizer. A import dependence 25% of our requirement of urea, 90% in the case of phosphates, 100% in the case of potash. A schemes and initiatives. Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samriddhi Kendra PMKSK Pradhan Mantri Bhartiya Jan Urvarak Pariyojana One Nation, One Fertilizer Bharat Brand, Nutrient Based Subsidy NBS Market Development Assistance Policy, Soil Health Card. Credit A 1% increase in agricultural credit producers 0.29% increase in agricultural GDP. A PACS 1.6 lakh panchayats are without PACS primary agricultural credit societies, nearly 2 lakh panchayats without any dairy cooperative society. PACS account for 41% of the KCC loans given. A schemes and initiatives. Long-term irrigation fund LTIF with NABARD. PM Kisan PMFBY. Kisan Credit Card Scheme Modified Interest Subvention Scheme. A initiatives for PACS. National Cooperative Development Cooperation Computerization of PACS Modely bylaws of PACS. Government support to farmers. MSP ACACP recommends MSPs for 22 mandated crops. Fair and remunerative price FRP for sugarcane. A the mandated crops include 14 Kharif crops, 6 Rabi crops, 2 commercial crops. A Shanta Kumar Committee report. Just around 6% of the country's farmers benefit from the MSP system. ACACP findings. More than 95% paddy from Punjab and 70% from Haryana is procured by the central government, while it is less than 3.6% and 1.7% in UP and Bihar. A awareness of MSP. 81% of the cultivators were aware of MSP fixed by the government for different crops. Out of them, only 10% knew about MSP before the sowing season. NITI Aayog MSP report. 46 latest data, facts and figures. Significance. A support farmers from distress sale. A procurement for PDSA protect farmers from price fluctuation. A ensure regular supply. A encourage higher investment and production. Committee and commissions. A Shanta Kumar Committee. A Ashok Dalwai Committee. A Ramesh Chandra Committee. 3.10 subsidies. Data facts. A indirect subsidies. Roughly 2% of GDP spent on indirect subsidies. A DBT and leakage. Government is forced to spend Rs. 3.65 for transferring of Rs. 1 to the poor. Ministry of Finance. A share of non-market distorting support. Non-market distorting schemes like PM Kisan 70,000 crore rupees, PMFBY 15,500 crore rupees, and Agricultural Research and Development Budget 8,513 crore rupees is much lower. A fertilizer subsidy 2022-23 2.25 lakh rupees crore. Earlier around 1 lakh crore. Sharp spike was due to the geopolitical situation resulting from the Russia-Ukraine war. 2023-2024 estimates around 1.75 lakh crore. Committee and commissions. A L K Jha Committee. A Shanta Kumar Committee. A Kelkar Committee. Agriculture exports. Data facts. A growth. India's agricultural exports fell 8.2% in the fiscal year ended March 31st. 2024. A rice is the largest exported agricultural product from India. A sugar, spices and buffalo meat are among the largest exported products. 9%, 8% and 7% to 2021-22 agriculture exports, respectively. A fisheries sector. about 17% of agri-export in 2021 minus BIS. Indian economy and economic development 47. Allied sectors. Organic farming. India ranks first in number of organic farmers. Ninth in terms of area under organic farming. 1.1% of total agricultural land in India is under organic farming. Sikkim became the first state in India to become fully organic in 2016. 41% of global organic producers in India. Livestock sector. Production. India ranks 5th in the world in terms of meat production. The total meat production in the country is 9.77 million tons in the year 2022 minus days. Largest producer of milk. Third in egg production. Horticulture and commercial crops. Fruits and vegetables production. India ranks second in the world after China. Edible oil imports, 55-60% of domestic requirement. In 2020-21, import of 13.3 million tons of edible oil. Coffee production and export, third rank in the world. Women ownership. 73.2% of rural women are engaged in farming activities but only 12.8% own landholdings. Agriculture extension. Support and assistance. As per INISISO survey, about 60% of Indian farmers do not get much agricultural technical assistance from government institutes. Agriculture research funding is less than 1% of GDP. Agri warehousing capacity. Based on the FAO statistical data 2021, total food grain production in India is 311 MMT. Total storage capacity only 145 MMT, i.e., a shortage of 166 MMT of storage. There is surplus storage capacity in other countries at 131%, while in India there is a shortfall of 47%. Private investment in agriculture increased to 9.3% in 2020-21. Crop insurance. Gross cropped area insured under PMFBY has increased from 22% to 30% in 2021 since its inception from 2016. Around 70% of the total food grains production is retained and consumed at the farm level. Irrigation efficiency. Major and medium irrigation, 38%. Surface irrigation systems, 35-40%. Groundwater systems, 65-70% to 72-75%. 48 latest data, facts and figures. 3.11 public distribution system. Data and facts. Malnourishment. No progress towards reducing anemia. 53.0% of women aged 15 to 49 years now affected. No progress towards reducing wasting. 17.3% of children under 5 years of age are affected. It is higher than the average for the Asia region, 8.9%. Among the highest in the world. The prevalence of overweight children under 5 years of age is 1.6%. About 5% of the total population in the country sleeps without 2 square meals a day. National Sample Survey. Legal entitlements. People's Union for Civil Liberties v. Union of India, the Supreme Court contended that the right to food is essential to the right to life as provided in Article 21 of the Constitution. National Food Security Act of 2013 entitles 67% of the Indian population to 5 kilograms food grains per beneficiary at highly subsidized rates. Identification. State governments have to identify the households in such a manner that 75% rural or 50% urban population is covered. Key fact. Status in India. Currently has the largest number of undernourished people in the world, i.e., around 195 million. Nearly 47 million or 4 out of 10 children in India do not meet their full human potential because of chronic undernutrition or stunting. Over 34% of children under 5 years of age are still affected. Schemes and initiatives. Antyodaya Anna Yojana. Aadhaar linked and digitized ration cards. Computerized fair price shops. Direct Benefit Transfer A use of GPS technology, SMS-based monitoring A use of web-based citizens portal, One Nation, One Ration Card. A use of web-based citizens portal A One Nation, One Ration Card. Constitutional Provisions. A Article 47. Committee and Commissions. A L.K. Jha Committee. A Shanta Kumar Committee Indian Economy and Economic Development 49. 3.12 Food Processing Sector. Data Facts A Valuation. 2.24 lakh rupees crore in 2019-20 worth $121 billion. 20.5 lakh people are employed in the same. 13% of all exports. 6% of industrial investment. A growing at an average rate of over 8% over the past 5 years. A 22 operational mega food parks in the country. A rate of processing. 2% of fruits and vegetables, 8% marine products, 35% milk, 6% poultry. A more than 75% of the industry is in the unorganized sector. Key facts A food wastage. In India, around 25 to 35% food is wasted due to inadequate handling, storage and logistical issues. Only 6% of perishable food is processed at the moment. A world ranking. India is the second largest sugar producing country of the world after Brazil. India is the world's second largest producer of fruits or vegetables after China. Committee and Commissions. A THAC Committee A Meena Kumari Committee. Schemes and Initiatives. A allowing 100% foreign direct investment FDI approval under automatic route. A inclusion of food or agro-based processing units in cold chain is an agricultural activity under priority sector lending PSL. A special food processing fund of Rs. 2000 crore with National Bank for Agriculture and Rural Development NABARD. A Pradhan Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana, Operation Greens, One District One Product. A Pradhan Mantri Formalization of Micro Food Processing Enterprises Scheme. A Production Linked Incentive PLI Scheme for Food Processing Industry. 3.13 Land Reforms. Data Facts A land record digitization. 94% of villagers have completed computerization of land records. Average size of operational land holdings was 1.08 hectares in 2015-16. It can help accelerate India's GDP by as much as 1.5%. A more than 10% of the land is under non-agricultural use. 50 latest data, facts and figures. Legalities A Niti Aayog. Some have estimated that nearly 2/3 of all pending cases in Indian courts are related to property disputes. A massive litigation. Almost 66% court cases in the country are related to land disputes costing a whopping 58,000 crore rupees in litigation, both civil and criminal. Committee and Commissions. A.J.C. Kumarappa Committee A Expert Committee on Land Leasing headed by THAC. Constitutional Provisions. A Model Conclusive Land Titling Act. A Land Ceiling Acts. A Right to Fair Compensation and Transparency in Land Acquisition, Rehabilitation and Resettlement Act, 2013. A Land Acquisition Act, 1894. A Model Agricultural Land Leasing Act, 2016. Schemes and Initiatives. A Digitizing Land Records through the SVAMITVA scheme. A. The National Generic Document Registration System NGDRS with the Nation One registration software. A. Bhunaksha. A. Digital India Land Records Modernization Program DILRMP. A. ULPIN Urban Land Parcel Identification Number. A. Cooperatives and Community Development Programs were started. Best Practices. A. Bhumi Kaveri Karnataka. A. Mi Seva Andhra Pradesh. A. Niti Aayog Blockchain Technology for Land Record Management. 3.14 Industry and Infrastructure. Data Facts A Economic Survey 2022 days. Industry accounts for over 33% of GDP as per quarterly estimates of GWA in 2023 24. Employs over 12.1 crore people. In FY23, the industry sector witnessed growth of 4.1%. A. Manufacturing. One among the top 10 manufacturing nations of the world. The second largest mobile phone manufacturer capacity. The third largest startup environment. The manufacturing sector employed 6.24 crore people in 2019-20. Received 21.3 billion United States dollars of FDI in 2021-22. A. Private sector accounted for approximately 69% of the proposed investments during 2023-24. A. Industrial output grew by more than 35% in 2021-22 over the previous year. Annual Survey of Industries Industrial Output. Indian Economy and Economic Development 51. A. Employment. Total estimated employment in the sector showed a robust growth of 7.0% in 2021-22 over the previous year. A. Other. 9 companies featured in the Fortune 500 list of 2022. MSME. A share in employment, 62% McKinsey. 77% in other emerging economies. A share in manufacturing output, 36% average of last 3 years. A share in exports, 43.6% 2022-23. A government schemes initiatives. PM Vishwakarma PM Employment Generation Program Scheme of Fund for Regeneration of Traditional Industries. Sphurti Udyam Portal. More than 3 crore MSMEs have been registered to this portal. Champions Portal for grievance redressal. Electronics. A expansion from $10 billion in 2014 to $101 billion United States dollars as of free 23. A. In 2014, 92% of mobile devices sold in the country were imported. By 2022, 97% of mobile devices were manufactured domestically. Schemes and initiatives. A. LPG 1991. SEZS. NIMZS. PM Gati Shakti. A production linked incentive scheme. GST reforms. IBCA Startup India. Make in India. National Logistics Policy. Legal provisions or code. A. Companies Amendment Act, 2020. A. Code on Occupational Safety, Health and Working Conditions, 2020. A. Code on Social Security, 2020. Code on Industrial Relations, 2020. Code on Wages, 2019. A. Code on Industrial Relations, 2020. A. Code on Wages, 2019. Committee and Commissions. A. Bimal Jalan Committee. A. Kirit Parikh Committee. A. Baba Kalyani Committee. A. Subhash Chandra Committee. A. Shailesh Nayak Committee. A. Kelkar Committee. 3.15 Energy. Data facts. A. Coal. Nearly 55% of India's energy needs come from coal. India is the world's second largest coal importer and consumer. 893 million tons of coal produced every year. 52 latest data, facts and figures. A. Share of natural gas in its energy mix, to increase by 15% by 2030, up from the current 6.7%. A. India is projected to become the 5th largest energy storage market by 2030 after China, the US, Germany, and Australia. A. India's top oil supplier, Russia, surpassing Saudi Arabia and Iraq, with increased imports in October 2022. 87.6% of India's oil needs are fulfilled through imports. India's energy mix. A. Provided in Environment section. Renewable energy. A. Renewable energy installations in India, 168.96 gigawatts as of February 2023. Solar, wind, biopower, and hydropower. A. Target, to meet 50% of its energy requirements through renewable sources by 2030. A. Solar sector in India, compounded annual growth rate of approximately 59%. A. Wind sector. India currently ranks 5th in installed solar power capacity, following China, the US, Japan, and Germany. A. Non-fossil fuel energy target, 500 gigawatts by 2030 in meeting half of its energy requirements through renewable sources. Schemes and initiatives. A. The Jawaharlal Nehru National Solar Mission (JNNSM) target revised to 300 gigawatts by 2030. A target of 450 gigawatts of renewable energy-based installed capacity by 2030, with a solar target of 300 gigawatts. India has committed to reducing its emissions by 33-35% from 2005 levels under the Paris Agreement and aims to achieve a net zero economy by 2070. PM Ujjwala Yojana, Pahal Scheme, Shakti Scheme, Draft Coal Logistics Policy 2022, 3.16 roadways. Data facts a road network in the country. 66.71 lakh km of road network, second largest in the world after the USA. The National Highway NH network increased by 60% from 91,287 kilometers in 2014 to 1,46,145 km in 2023. The length of various categories of roads. National highways 1,46,145 km, 2.2% of the total road network. Carries over 40% of total traffic. State highways 1,79,535 km, other roads 63,45,403 km. Indian economy and economic development 53. A national infrastructure pipeline $275 billion to be invested on roads between 2019 to 2025. A transportation of goods 64.5% by road. A passenger traffic 90% by road. Schemes and initiatives. A national infrastructure pipeline. A Pradhan Mantri Gramin Sadak Yojana. A Asian Development Bank ranked India at the first spot in PPP operational maturity. Bharatmala Pariyojana. A data lake and project management software. Golden Quadrilateral. A north-south and east-west corridors. Institutional setup. A MOT, NHAI, BRO. Road safety. A speeding contributes to over 60% of road crash fatalities. A Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, 2022 report, 1.68 lakh deaths due to road accidents. A second decade of action for road safety 2021-30 target of preventing at least 50% of road traffic deaths and injuries by 2030. The transport sector in India accounts for 12% of carbon emissions. There are currently around 13.92 lakh electric vehicles in India. Autos and rickshaws constitute more than 50% of them. In comparison, there are 27.81 crore registered non-electric vehicles. 3.17 railways. Data facts. A network. Fourth largest network in the world under single management. Over 68,031 route comes. A traffic increased by 901.7 million tons, 8.3%. Economic Survey 2022-23. Electrification, 30,446 route kilometers (RKM) have been electrified 2014-22. Capital expenditure capex last 4 years 2019-2023 2.6 lakh rupees crore in FY23. It was up by around 29% compared to the previous year. Freight movement targets, increasing the share of the railways in freight movement from 27% to 45%. From 1.2 billion tons to 3.3 billion tons by 2030. Committee and commissions. Sam Pitroda Committee, Anil Kakodkar Committee, Bibek Debroy Committee 54 latest data, facts and figures. Major initiatives of the Indian Railways. Mumbai-Ahmedabad High-Speed Rail (MEHSR) project. Dedicated Freight Corridor (DFC) project. Gata Shakti Multimodal Cargo Terminal (GCT). Induction of semi-high-speed Vande Bharat train sets. Electrical electronic interlocking system. Development of Hyperloop technology Kisan rail trains. Amrit Bharat Stations Bio-toilets initiative. Kavach system digital platforms UTSF. Rail Madad. Rail Sarthi. 3.18 aviation. Data facts extent. Third largest domestic aviation market in the world, after the USA and China. Indian civil aviation MRO market, anticipated to grow to $4.33 billion United States dollars by 2025. increasing at a CAGR of about 14-15%. Infrastructure in India, 74 airports in 2014 to 148 airports in April 2023. 66 Indian airports are operating on 100% green energy. Passenger growth. January to September 2023 domestic airlines carried 112.86 million passengers. 29.10% increase compared to the same period in 2022. FDI reached 3.73 billion United States dollars 2022. As per latest rankings of ICAO, India is at 48th place from the 102nd spot in 2018 in terms of aviation safety. Schemes initiatives Udan scheme Ure Desh Ka Aam Nagrik. National Civil Aviation Policy 2016 Goods and Services Tax GST rate reduced to 5% from 18% for domestic maintenance, repair and overhaul MRO services. Open Sky Agreement Digi Yatra for seamless travel. 3.19 ports and waterways. Data facts A coastline of 7,516.6 km. It is serviced by 13 major ports and about 200 minor ports. 57% traffic is handled by major ports and 43% by others. Approximately 95% of the trade by volume and 65% by value is moved through maritime transport. Inland waterways. The total navigable length of waterways in India is around 14,850 kilometers. Under the National Waterways Act 2016, new waterways have been declared as National Waterways NWS. Total number of NWS in the country to 111. Indian Economy and Economic Development 55. Cargo movement on national waterways achieved an all-time high of 108.8 million tons during FY22. 30.1% growth compared to the previous year. Share of waterways, it remains underutilized at a share of 2% in India's modal mix. Constitutional provisions. Entry 24 of the Union List of the 7th Schedule of the Constitution. Indian Ports Act 1908. Major Ports Trust Act 1963. Minor Ports Managed at State Level. National Waterways Act 2016. Government Schemes Initiatives. Sagarmala Initiative. Maritime India Vision 2030. Maritime Development Fund. Port Regulatory Authority. Eastern Waterways Connectivity, Riverine Development Fund, Rationalization of Port Charges. Promotion of Water Transport. Eastern and Western Dedicated Freight Corridors. DFCS, Sagarmala Project, Jal Marg Vikas Project, PM Gati Shakti. 3.20 Logistics. Data facts. Logistics costs 14-18% of GDP. The global benchmark of 8%. The modal mix in freight movement is heavily skewed towards road transport. 65% of freight is moved by road. The logistics sector is expected to reach $380 billion by 2025. Government schemes initiatives. PM Gati Shakti, Ure Desh Ka Aam Nagrik Udan Bharatmala Sagarmala, Parvatmala, National Rail Plan. National Logistics Policy NLP 2022 targets reduce the cost of logistics to be comparable to global benchmarks by 2030. Improve the Logistics Performance Index ranking currently at 38th of 158 countries 2023. Create a data-driven decision support mechanism for an efficient logistics ecosystem. Logistics ease across different states leads index. 56 latest data, facts and figures. 4.1 Indian biodiversity. Indian biodiversity. Indo-Himalayan realm. India is the home to about 7.6% of mammals, 14.7% of amphibians, 6% of birds, 6.2% of reptilian, and 6.0% of flowering plant species. Biodiversity hotspot. India contains 4 of the world's 36 biodiversity hotspots. The Western Ghats, the Eastern Himalayas, Indo-Burma hotspot and Sunderland biodiversity hotspot. Megadiverse country A. One of the 17 megadiverse countries, it has 7 natural world heritage sites, 18 biosphere reserves. Conservation efforts as of August 2023, there are 981 protected areas including 106 national parks, 570 wildlife sanctuaries, 97 conservation reserves and 214 community reserves. Human-animal conflict as of 2019. 2,398 people in India were killed by elephants. Tigers claim 224 lives in the last 5 years. Wildfires according to CEW. Over 30% of districts in India are vulnerable to extreme forest fires. Andhra Pradesh, Assam, Chhattisgarh, Odisha, and Maharashtra are prone to high-intensity forest fires. Land degradation deforestation and forest degradation leads to 12% of greenhouse gas emissions IUCN. Forests absorbs 2.6 billion tons of carbon dioxide annually, which accounts for nearly 33% of the carbon dioxide released from burning fossil fuels. 2021-2030 Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. Born Challenge Restore 150 million hectares of degraded and deforested landscapes by 2020 and 350 million hectares by 2030. India committed to restore 26 million hectares of deforested land by 2030. Wetlands covers 4.63% of the country's total geographical area. ISRO 82 Ramsar sites in India as of June 2024. Constitutional provisions. Article 48A 42nd Amendment 1976. Article 51 Gram. Legal provisions Biological Diversity Act 2002. 4 Ecology and Environment 57. Committee and Commissions. Shailesh Nayak Committee 2015 reviewed the Coastal Regulation Zone CRZ2 Balance Conservation and Development. Kasturirangan Committee 2015 proposed Ecologically Sensitive Areas ESAS for Western Ghats Conservation. Madhav Gadgil 2010 recommended strict conservation measures for the Western Ghats in the WGEP report. Wildlife. All India Tiger Estimation 5th Cycle Report. The tiger population in India is estimated to be 3,167. State of India's Environment 2022 report. 78% increase in the number of environmental crimes in the country between 2019 and 2020. Wildlife Crime Control Bureau and State Forest and Police Authorities. 2054 incidents of killing or illicit trafficking of wild animals were documented in the 3 years 2018-2020. Constitutional provisions. Article 48A 42nd Amendment 1976. Article 51 Gram. Legal provisions Wildlife Protection Act WPA 1972. Forest Conservation. The Global Forest Resources Assessment by FAO. Forests cover approximately 31% of the Earth's land surface, which amounts to 3.9 billion hectares. Deforestation greenhouse gas emission due to deforestation. 11% of global greenhouse gas emissions, including CH4, NO, SO2, CFCs. Report says State of India's Environment 2022 target is to increase forest cover to 33.3% of the geographical area, as envisaged in the National Forest Policy, 1988. Indian State of Forest Report 2021, total forest cover, 24.62% including tree cover of 2.91%. 17 states UTS have above 33% of the geographical area under forest cover. Lakshadweep, Mizoram, Andaman or Nicobar Islands, Arunachal Pradesh and Meghalaya have more than 75% forest cover. Total carbon stock, 7,204 million tons, an increase of 79.4 million. Total mangrove cover, 4,992 square kilometers, an increase of 17 square km observed. India and NDCSA India will capture 2.523 billion tons of carbon dioxide through Additional forest and tree cover by 2030. Forest rights. A tribal rights. 38% of all land claims made under Forest Rights Act FRA have been rejected as of November 2022. Individual forest rights IFR 39.29% rejection community rights CFR 24.42%. Rejection. Constitutional provisions. A. Article 48A 42nd Amendment 1976. Article 51 gram. 58 latest data, facts and figures. 4.2 water resources, water pollution, groundwater. India identifies as a water-stressed country. A. Per capita water availability declined from 5,178 cubic meters M3 in 1951 to 1486 cubic meters in 2021. A. It is expected that it will reach 1,140 cubic meters by 2050. Reports and indices. A. Water in India situation and prospects UNICEF 2013. The demand for water in India is expected to rise drastically to about 833 billion cubic meters BCM in 2025 and 899 BCM in 2050. Extreme water stress. A. 54% of India's total area faces high to extreme water stress. Water table. A. In India, it is declining every year by 0.4 meters. Poor storage. A. Store only 6% of rainwater, compared to 250% stored by developed nations. Risk of energy shortages. A. 70% of India's thermal power plants are likely to face high water stress by 2030. A. 90% of TPPS rely on fresh water sources for cooling. Dams in India. A. India has 5,745 decamillisecond 5,334 are completed and 4 ek are under construction. Staged the third highest number in the world after China 23,841 and the USA 9,263. United Nations unreport. A. Aging water infrastructure. Over 1,000 large dams in India will be roughly 50 years old. Water pollution. Yamuna Monitoring Committee. A. Only 2% of the Yamuna flows through Delhi. City is responsible for 76% of the pollution of river. Reports. ACPCB 2018. 351 contaminated river stretches have been found. Rivers and streams in 31 states and union territories (UT) did not fulfill the water quality requirements. Almost 60% of polluted river stretches are concentrated in 8 states: Maharashtra, Assam, Madhya Pradesh, Kerala, Gujarat, Orissa, West Bengal, and Karnataka. AWEF findings. It's estimated that around 70% of surface water in India is unfit for consumption. A. Central Water Commission. Heavy metal contamination detected in 65% of water samples collected from various water quality sites around the country. River pollution. A. India's 14 major, 55 minor and several hundred small rivers receive millions of liters of sewage, industrial and agricultural wastes. Ecology and Environment 59. Marine and coastal pollution. A. Roughly 80% of marine and coastal pollution originates on land, including agricultural runoff, pesticide, plastics and untreated sewage. Constitutional provisions. A. Article 21. A. Article 48A 42nd Amendment 1976. Article 51 gram. Legal provisions. A. Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Cess Act of 1977. Groundwater depletion. Reports and Index. A. UNESCO report states that India is the largest extractor of groundwater in the world. A. Groundwater. 17% of the groundwater blocks across the country are overexploited, where the rate of extraction is more than that of renewal. CGWB. Drinking water availability. About 75% of households do not have drinking water at home, 84% rural households do not have piped water access, and 70% of India's water is contaminated. A. NITI Aayog's Composite Water Management Index. 75% of households in India do not have access to drinking water on their premises. A valuable but diminishing resource on groundwater by Standing Committee on Water Resources over extraction for irrigation needs is particularly prevalent in northern states, mainly Punjab, Haryana, and Rajasthan. A groundwater dependency. More than 60% of irrigated agriculture and 85% of drinking water supplies relying on groundwater. Constitutional provisions. A. Article 48A, 42nd Amendment 1976. A. Article 51 gram. Legal provisions. A. Water Prevention and Control of Pollution Cess Act of 1977. 4.3 Air pollution, soil pollution, plastic pollution. Air pollution. Reports say WHO, 99% of the global population breathes air that exceeds the organization's air quality limits. ACEEW. Households and industries contribute to more than 60% of India's PM2.5 loads, further exacerbating air pollution. Major sources. A. Transportation sector in urban areas. In rural Indian households, cooking accounts for approximately 80% of energy consumption. Steps taken by India. A. India has achieved its target of supplying 10% ethanol blended petrol ahead of schedule and aims to double the blend by 2025-26. A. National Clean Air Program aims to achieve a 20% minus 30% reduction in particulate matter (PM) air pollution by 2024, using 2017 as the base year for comparison. 60 latest data, facts and figures. Consequences. A. In India, air pollution kills 1 lakh children under the age of 5 every year and is responsible for 12.5% of all deaths in the country. Constitutional provisions. A. Article 21. A. Article 48A, 42nd Amendment 1976. Legal provisions. A. Air Prevention and Control of Pollution Act of 1981. Soil pollution. Area affected. A. Soil degradation affects approximately 29% of the country's total land area. Nutrient loss. A. 3.7 million hectares, primarily due to the depletion of soil organic matter (SOM) is a prevalent issue. Reports. A. Desertification and Land Degradation Atlas (ISRO). About 30% of India's land is degraded. A. UNCCD. Impact of soil degradation could amount to $23 trillion in lost food, ecosystem services and income worldwide by 2050. A. State of Biofertilizers and Organic Fertilizers in India. CSE report. About 85% of the samples were found to be deficient in organic carbon. 97% samples were deficient in available nitrogen. 83% were deficient in phosphorus. And 71% in potassium. Legal provisions. A. Solid Waste Management Rules 2016. Hazardous and Other Wastes Management or Transboundary Movement Rules 2016. A. Plastic Waste Management Rules 2016. A. Waste Management Rule 2016. Biomedical Waste Management Rules 2018. Plastic pollution. Reports. A. United Nations Environment Programme (UNEP) report. Turning off the tap, shifting to a circular economy can potentially reduce global plastic pollution by 80% by 2040. Currently, the world produces 430 million metric tons of plastics annually, with more than two-thirds of them being short-lived products. A. Plastic production is projected to triple by 2060. A. Central Pollution Control Board's (CPCB) report. The plastic waste generated in 2018-19 was 3.3 million tons, roughly 9,200 tons. Failure of states. A. 25 states failed to send their action plans to the Central Pollution Control Board (CPCB) by the designated date for implementing plastic waste management rules, 2016. Large-scale presence of the informal sector. A. Over 90% of the plastic industry is informal, thus trying to reach and work with these manufacturers becomes a challenge. Financial loss. A. The total economic damage to the world's marine ecosystem caused by plastic amounts to at least $13 billion every year. Ecology and Environment 61. Recycling of plastics. 9% of plastic waste is recycled. Approximately 12% is burnt, while 79% has accumulated in landfills. 4.4 Solid waste management, waste, biomedical waste. Solid waste management. Plastic generation. India generates over 150,000 tons of municipal solid waste MSW. According to the World Bank, India's daily waste generation will reach 377,000 tons by 2025. Per capita waste generation. In Indian cities, it ranges from 200 grams to 600 grams. SECC 2011 A1, 82,505 households in rural areas are reported as manual scavengers. Waste collection and treatment. Only 83% of waste is collected and less than 30% is treated. Legal provisions. Solid waste management rules 2016. Hazardous and other wastes management or transboundary movement rules 2016. Remarkable achievement. The Swachh Survekshan reports provide detailed data on Indore's waste management practices and its ranking as India's cleanest city. Pune's solid waste management system as a model for India, featuring source segregation, door-to-door collection, and waste-to-energy plants. It has significantly improved recycling rates and community participation. Waste. Electronic waste generation. India is the third largest electronic waste generator in the world after China and the USA as per the Global Waste Monitor 2020. The government announced that waste recycling in India more than doubled in the period from 2017-18 to 2018-19, with a recycling rate of just over 20% in 2018-19. UN report 50 million tons of waste generated every year will more than double to 110 million tons by 2050, making it the fastest growing waste stream in the world. Low recycling capacity. Only 17.4% of the total waste was collected and recycled globally. Illegal trade. Close to 90% of the world's electronic waste worth nearly $1 billion is illegally traded and dumped each year, to destinations halfway across the world. 62 Latest data, facts and figures. Legal provisions. Solid waste management rules 2016. Hazardous and other wastes management or transboundary movement rules 2016. Waste management rule 2016. Remarkable achievement. Karo Sambhav is a prominent startup based in Bangalore that has made significant strides in waste management in India through innovative collection, recycling, and awareness efforts. Ataro Recycling is one of India's leading waste management companies, known for its advanced recycling technologies and extensive waste collection network. Biomedical waste. Waste from the hospitals. The quantum of waste that is generated in India is estimated to be 1 to 2 kilograms per bed in a hospital and 600 gm per bed in a general practitioner's clinic. As per government data, 85% of the hospital waste is non-hazardous, 15% is infectious hazardous. Legal provisions. Solid waste management rules 2016. Hazardous and other wastes management or transboundary movement rules 2016. Biomedical waste management rules 2018. Remarkable achievement. Fortis Healthcare is a leading healthcare provider in India that has developed an effective biomedical waste management program to ensure proper handling and disposal of medical waste. Delhi Pollution Control Committee (DPCC) has developed a biomedical waste management program to address the challenges of medical waste in Delhi. 4.5 Climate change. Climate change. Agreements. United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. India ratified the UNFCCC in 1993. The convention aims to stabilize greenhouse gas concentrations in the atmosphere. Kyoto Protocol. India ratified the Kyoto Protocol in 2002. This international treaty commits its parties to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Paris Agreement. India ratified the Paris Agreement on October 2, 2016, aims to keep the increase in global average temperature to well below 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, and to pursue efforts to limit the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Ecology and Environment. 63. Montreal Protocol. India ratified the Montreal Protocol on substances that deplete the ozone layer in 1992. This protocol aims to phase out the production and consumption of ozone-depleting substances. Kigali Amendment. India ratified the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol in 2019. This amendment aims to phase down hydrofluorocarbons, HFCs, which are potent greenhouse gases. International Solar Alliance. Launched by India and France in 2015, the ISA is an alliance of more than 120 countries. It aims to promote solar energy and reduce dependence on fossil fuels. Clean Development Mechanism. Under the Kyoto Protocol, the CDM allows industrialized countries to invest in emission reduction projects in developing countries as a way to meet their own emission reduction targets. REDD: reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation. India is actively involved in REDD initiatives, which aim to reduce emissions from deforestation and forest degradation and promote conservation, sustainable management of forests, and enhancement of forest carbon stocks. National Action Plan on Climate Change. NAPCC is India's domestic plan, launched in 2008, to address climate change through 8 national missions, including missions on solar energy, enhanced energy efficiency, sustainable agriculture, and more. Convention on Biological Diversity (CBD). India ratified the CBD in 1994. This international treaty aims to conserve biological diversity, promote sustainable use of its components, and ensure fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from genetic resources. Convention to Combat Desertification (CCD). India ratified the CCD in 1996. This convention aims to combat desertification and mitigate the effects of drought through national action programs. India's climate action. INDC targets under Paris Agreement. 45% reduction in emission intensity by 2030 from 2005 levels. 50% all electricity to be generated by non-fossil fuel energy by 2030. Additional carbon sink of 2.5-3 billion ton of equivalent by 2030 through tree or forest cover. Panchamrita announced at COP26 Glasgow. Achieve target of net zero by 2070, increase non-fossil energy capacity to 500 gigawatts by 2030. Meet 50% energy requirements from renewable sources by 2030, reduce carbon intensity of economy by less than 45% by 2030. Reduce total projected carbon emissions by 1 billion tons till 2030. Power sector. Renewable purchase obligations. National mission for enhanced energy efficiency. Green term ahead market, to provide enhanced avenues for sale of RE. 64 latest data, facts and figures. Transportation. FAME India, sustainable alternative towards affordable transportation. SATAT. Implementation of Bharat Stage V emission standards, mission electrification by the railways. Sustainable aviation fuel SAF. Industry. Perform, achieve, and trade PUT scheme. National Solar Mission. Low carbon technology LCT by industries developed green steel. Agriculture. Pradhan Mantri Kisan Urja Suraksha Evam Utthan Mahabhiyan Yojana. Zero budget farming. Rice intensification, Shri HC. Buildings. Eco Niwas Sanhita. Energy conservation and sustainable building code. Green rating for integrated habitat assessment. Griha. Building energy efficiency labeling. National mission on sustainable habitat. Climate justice. Pillars of climate justice. Social, racial and environmental justice. Natural climate solutions, indigenous climate action, just transition. Community resilience and adaptation, climate education and engagement, social, racial and environmental justice. Initiatives in India. A Forest Rights Act. National innovations in climate resilient agriculture. Goal of net zero by 2070 at sea. Carbon inequality at present. A bottom 50% of households contribute only 12% of the global total GHG emissions. Types of inequalities. A. Carbon inequality between nations. Carbon inequality within nations. Way forward. A proper tracking of emissions, windfall taxes on polluting industries. Investment in low carbon energy production. Impact of climate change. Climate refugees. A. In 2022, 36.2 million people were displaced because of natural disasters brought about by climate change. Impact on women. A. Limited mobility and maximum vulnerability and exposure. A. Increased violence over limited resources. A. Poor access to finance to cover weather-related losses. Impact on children. A. Physiologically and emotionally more vulnerable. A. Greater risk of maltreatment. A. More likely to lose access to essential services. A. Climate policies are not children-centric. Impact on human capital. A. Adversely impacts socioeconomic development. A. Health impacts, poverty trap, job loss. Impact on Arctic region. A. Arctic amplification, melting sea ice, increase in acidity levels. Ecology and environment. 65. Impact of extreme weather events. A. Loss of ecosystems and biodiversity, droughts, desertification, flooding. A. Reduced food and water security, damage to infrastructure. Causes of sea level rise. A. Global warming, sinking of land in coastal regions, melting of ice sheets, glacier and caps, natural factors. Causes of ozone hole. A. Ozone depleting substances, polar stratospheric clouds. Mitigation. Carbon market and trading. A. Internationally transferred mitigation outcomes. ITMO. A. Sustainable development mechanism. Article 6 Mechanisms of the Paris Climate Agreement. A. Steps taken by India. Carbon credit trading scheme. Clean Development Mechanism. CDM. Renewable Energy Certificate Rate Scheme. Energy Saving Certificates. Assets underperform achieve and trade but scheme. Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. CBAM. Climate Finance. A. Special Climate Change Fund. SCCF. Least Developed Countries Fund. LDCF. Adaptation Fund. Green Climate Fund. GCF. A. Steps taken by India. National Adaptation Fund for Climate Change. NEFCC. Priority sector lending to renewable energy projects. Issuance of green deposits and green bonds. Sustainable Finance Group (SFG) was set up under RBI. RBI joined the Network for Greening of Financial System (NGFS). Sovereign green bonds for green infrastructure investments. Carbon capture, utilization, and storage. A. Steps involved. Capturing captured CO2 is used as a resource of feedstock to create products and services. Compressed is moved by ship, truck or pipeline from point of capture to the point of storage. Permanently storing in underground geological formations, onshore or offshore. Initiatives for reducing methane emission. A. Switching to direct seeded rice system. AGOBAR, galvanizing organic bio-agro resources. Dhan scheme. A. National Livestock Mission. A. India GHG Program. A. Global Initiatives, Global Methane Pledge GMP 66 latest data, facts and figures. 4.6 Sustainable Development. Agriculture. Types of urban agriculture. A. Backyard gardens, street landscaping. A. Vertical farming, forest gardening. A. Rooftop gardens. A. Animal husbandry, aquaponics. A. Greenhouse. Natural farming in India. A. Limits exposure to pesticide and chemicals, builds healthy soil, fights global warming, supports water conservation, encourages biodiversity. A. GOI initiative, Bharatiya Prakritik Krishi Paddhati Program BPKP. A. Zero Budget Natural Farming ZBNF, 4 pillars. Bijamitra, Jeevamitra, Achadana, mulching, Vafusak, moisture. Organic farming in India. A. Use of off-farm organic and biological inputs, open for micronutrient correction, excludes the use of synthetic inputs in farming. Miyawaki method. A technique of urban afforestation by creating micro-forests over small plots of land. Climate smart agriculture. A three pillars of ISSE: productivity, adaptation, mitigation. Lifestyle. Mission Life lifestyle for environment. A list of 75 lifestyle practices that can promote climate friendly behavior. A three phases of mission life: change in demand, change in supply, change in policy. Right to repair. A reduce a waste and carbon footprint, developing sustainable consumption of products. Countries having law: USA, UK, European Union waste management. Extended producer responsibility (EPR) for plastic packaging. A producers are given the responsibility financial, physical for environmentally sound treatment or disposal of post-consumer products. A mentioned in A Waste Management Rules 2016, Plastic Waste Management Rules. Plastic Waste Management (PWM) Amendment Rules 2021. A use of several single-use plastic items was prohibited. Thickness of plastic carry bags increased to 120 microns. A complete ban on use of sachets using plastic material for storing, packing, or selling gutkhā, tobacco and pan masala. Schemes initiatives taken under solid waste management. A schemes: Swachh Bharat Mission Urban. Solid waste management rules: waste to energy and biomethanation projects. Zero landfill model. Ecology and Environment 67. A best practices: Garbage Clinic Delhi-based startup Ambikapur model Indore Municipal Corporation model. Waste to wealth techniques. A techniques: feed to livestock use for biofuel, biodiesel at sea. A schemes: waste to wealth mission. Gobardhan scheme at sea. A waste management. A promoting circular economy. A legal provision. A waste management rules 2023 under Environment Protection Act 1986. Fly ash utilization. A uses cost-effective substitute for Portland cement. Can be utilized for carbon sequestration, wastewater treatment, potential effective for removal of mercury. A 100% fly ash utilization target. Initiatives such as Ash Track Mobile App, Fly Ash Management and Utilization Mission. Maharashtra was first state to adopt 100% target. Nature-based solutions. About NBSA aims to protect, sustainably manage and restore natural or modified ecosystems to meet critical societal needs. Global standard for NBSA economically viable, based on inclusive, transparent and empowering governance processes, result in a net gain to biodiversity and ecosystem integrity, effectively address societal challenges, sustainable other measures. Sustainable sand mining. A practice of extracting sand in a way that ensures long-term environmental, economic, and social benefits. It aims to balance the need for sand as a resource with the need to protect ecosystems and communities. Great Nicobar Mega Multi-Mining Project. A aimed at exploring and extracting various mineral resources from the Great Nicobar Island, which is part of the Andaman and Nicobar Islands in India. 4.7 Renewable and clean energy. India's energy mix. Fossil fuels percentage of total coal 49.10%. Lignite 1.60%. Natural gas 6.00%. Diesel 0.10%. Total fossil fuels 56.80%. 68 latest data, facts and figures. Non-fossil fuels percentage of total renewable energy sources RES 41.40%. Wind 10.30%. Solar 10%. Biomass power cogeneration 2.50%. Waste to energy 0.10%. Small hydro power 1.20%. Large hydro 11.20%. Nuclear 1.60%. Total non-fossil fuels 43.00%. Total installed capacity 100%. Solar. Key targets potential. A total installed capacity 100 gigawatts by 2022, including 60 gigawatts of utility scale and 40 gigawatts of rooftop solar capacity, and 300 GW by 2030. A. India has the potential to generate around 750 gigawatts of power from solar sources. Schemes, policies, initiatives. A. National Solar Mission. A. Grid-connected solar rooftop program. A. Development of solar parks. A. National program on high-efficiency solar PV modules. A. PMKUSUM, SRISTI, Suryamitra program. A. Atal Jyoti Yojana. A. Renewable purchase obligation for DISCOMs. Initiatives of ISA AISTARC, Solar Technology and Application Resource Center. A. ISA Solar Fellowship for Mid-Career Professionals. A. One Sun, One World, One Grid, OSOWOG. Wind. India's wind power potential. A gross potential of 302 gigawatts at 100 meters and 695 gigawatts at 120 meter above ground level. A. States with maximum potential: Gujarat, Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh. Schemes, policies, initiatives. A. National Wind Solar Hybrid Policy, 2018, waiver of interstate transmission system, concessional custom duty exemption on certain components. A. Standard bidding guidelines for tariff-based competitive bidding process, technical support including wind resource assessment and identification of potential sites. Ecology and environment. 69. Bioenergy potential. A. The IEA estimates bioenergy could meet 15% of India's energy demand by 2040, producing 130 megatons E equivalent with proper policies. National Bioenergy Program. A. Waste to Energy Program. Indian Renewable Energy Development Agency will be the implementing agency. Biomass Program, Biogas Program. Ethanol blending. A. Key targets: 10% ethanol blending in petrol by 2022 and 20%. Ethanol blending in petrol by 2025. A. Schemes, policies, initiatives. Ethanol blending petrol program. PM-JEVAN. Reduced GST on ethanol. Use of automotive fuel. E12 flexi fuel engine and components. Methanol blending. A. Blending of 15% methanol in gasoline. 15% reduction in import of gasoline, crude oil bring down GHG emissions by 20%. A. Initiatives taken by India for methanol blending. NITI Aayog's roadmap for methanol economy notified 20% dimethyl ether DME in LPG notification for M15, M85, M100 blends. Asia's first canister-based methanol cooking fuel program. Hydrogen energy. Key targets: potential. A. Production of 5 million tons of green hydrogen by 2030. A. India's hydropower potential is about 145,000 megawatts, and at a 60% load factor, it can meet a demand of around 85,000 megawatt. Advantages: A. High calorific value, abundant. A. Alternative to coke and coal in steel production. A. Can be used in fuel cells in electric vehicles. Schemes, policies, initiatives. A. National Hydrogen Mission. A. National Hydrogen Energy Roadmap. A. Hydrogen fuel cell-based bus project in Leh. A. Clean energy transition. National Green Hydrogen Mission outcomes. A. 5 MMT of green hydrogen by 2030. A. 6 lakh green jobs. A. 50 MMT of carbon abatement cumulatively. A. 6000 GW electrolyzer installations. 125 gigawatts renewable energy for green hydrogen production. 70 latest data, facts and figures. Ocean thermal potential. A. India can potentially generate 180,000 megawatts using OTEC. About ocean thermal energy conversion. A. Produce energy by harnessing the temperature differences, thermal gradients between ocean surface waters and deep ocean waters. Other forms of ocean-based energy. A. Wave energy, current energy, tidal energy. Geothermal potential. A. India's geothermal potential is estimated to be between 10,000 and 20,000 megawatt. About geothermal energy. A. Magma in the inner layer of earth heats nearby rock. As a result, hot water is released, which is used to generate electricity in a power plant. Geothermal provinces. A. The Himalayas. A. Sohana, Haryana. A. West Coast, Cambay, Gujarat. A. Godavari, Mahanadi Valleys. A. Son, Narmada, Tapi, Sonata. Advantages of geothermal energy. A. Carbon-free, renewable in nature, provides a continuous uninterrupted supply. Electric vehicles. Types of EVs. A. Battery electric vehicles. A. Hybrid electric vehicle. A. Plug-in hybrid electric vehicle. A. Fuel cell electric vehicle. Government steps to promote EVs. A. National Electric Mobility Mission Plan NEMMP. A. FAME India Scheme, Faster Adoption and Manufacturing of Hybrid or Electric Vehicles in India. GST on electric vehicles reduced from 12% to 5%. Green license plates exempt from permit requirements. A. Railways would replace 60% of its fleet with EV by December 2024 and achieve 100% by the end of 2025. Emerging technologies. Advanced solar technologies. A. Perovskite solar cells, bifacial solar panels, floating solar farms. Next generation wind turbines. A. Floating wind turbines, vertical axis wind turbines. VAWTS. Energy storage innovations. A. Solid state batteries, flow batteries, hydrogen storage. Bioenergy and biomass innovations. A. Algae biofuels, advanced anaerobic digesters. Ecology and environment. 71. 4.8 conservation efforts. Forest conservation. Key targets. A. Create an additional carbon sink of 2.523 billion tons of. A. Have minimum 33.3% of total geographical area of country under forest and tree cover. Schemes, policies, initiatives. A. Forest Act, 1980, Wildlife Protection Act, 1972, National Afforestation Program. A. Forest Fire Prevention and Management Scheme. A. School Nursery Yojana. A. Nagar Van Yojana. A. Submission on Agroforestry. A. Forest Rules, 2022, need to obtain approval for use of forest land for non-forest purpose. Encourage private parties to cultivate plantations. A. Forest Rights Act, 2006, recognizes the rights of the forest-dwelling scheduled tribes FDST, and other traditional forest dwellers to forest resources OTFD. Eco-sensitive zones. A. Activities in the ESZ are generally regulated and not prohibitory. In nature, barring a few such as commercial mining, stone quarrying and crushing units, major hydroelectric projects, handling of hazardous substances, discharge of untreated effluents, setting up of brick kilns and setting up of polluting industries. Wetlands. Significance. A. Carbon sink. A. Habitat for wide range of biodiversity. A. Nature's shock absorbers. A. Water storage, intrinsic cultural and recreational value. A. Create livelihood. A. Kidneys of the land ecosystem. Schemes, policies, initiatives. A. Wetland Rules, 2017. A. Establishment of Center for Wetland Conservation and Management. A. National Plan for Conservation of Aquatic Ecosystems. A. National Mission for Clean Ganga. A. Party to Ramsar Convention, Framework for the Conservation and Wise Use of Wetlands. 72. Latest data, facts and figures. Data nuggets. A. India has a total 75 Ramsar sites covering 13,26,677 ha. Mangrove Conservation. A. National Coastal Mission Program. Save Wetlands Campaign. Sustainable Aquaculture in Mangrove Ecosystem. Mishti Scheme. Camper. Coastal Ecosystem Management. A. Environment Protection Act, 1986. Coastal Regulation Zone Notification. Biodiversity. Convention on Biological Diversity, CBD. A. Conservation of biological diversity, sustainable use of the components of biological diversity. A. has 3 supplementary agreements: Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety, Nagoya Protocol on Access and Benefit Sharing, Nagoya Kuala Lumpur Supplementary Protocol on Liability, supplementary to Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety. India has signed all 3. Kunming Montreal 2030 Global Targets. A. Reducing threats to biodiversity, meeting people's needs through sustainable use and benefit sharing. Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, CITES. A. To ensure that international trade in specimens of wild animals and plants does not threaten the survival of the species. A. Legally binding on the parties, but does not take the place of national laws. Wildlife. Data and facts. A. Biodiversity. India is one of the 17 megadiverse countries in the world, hosting 7-8% of all recorded species, including over 91,000 species of animals and 45,000 species of plants. A. Protected areas. India has a network of 1014 protected areas including 106 national parks, 573 wildlife sanctuaries, 115 conservation reserves and 220 community reserves covering a total of 1,75,169.42 km2 of geographical area of the country, which is approximately 5.32%. A. Project Tiger. Launched in 1973, Project Tiger is one of the most successful conservation programs globally, helping to increase the tiger population in India from 1,411 in 2006 to 2,967 in 2018, according to the All India Tiger Estimation Report 2018. A. Project Elephant. Initiated in 1992, this project aims to protect elephants, their habitats, and corridors. India is home to more than 50% of Asia's wild elephant population, with an estimated 27,312 elephants as per the 2017 census. A. Critically endangered species. According to the IUCN Red List, India has several critically endangered species, including the Great Indian Bustard, gharial, and the Malabar civet. A. Asiatic lion. The only population of the Asiatic lion in the wild is found in the Gir National Park and its surrounding areas in Gujarat. Their numbers have increased from 401 in 2010 to 674 in 2020. A. Snow leopard. India is home to a significant population of snow leopards, estimated between 450 to 500 individuals, spread across the Himalayan regions. A. Amur falcons. The village of Panti in Nagaland has become a global model for conservation by protecting Amur falcons during their migration, leading to a dramatic increase in their safe passage numbers. Science and Technology 73. 5.1 Emerging Technologies. R4.0 definition. Moving from an electronic-based industry to a process which is the combination of human beings and electronics. A. Focus on interconnectivity, automation, machine learning, real-time data, big data. A. Initiatives. CHRIRWEF Center for Industrial Revolution with the aim of driving the adoption and responsible deployment of emerging technologies in India. Farmer Zone Samarth. Digital Twin Technology. Web 3.0. A next version of the Internet which is decentralized and fair, eliminates intermediaries, user-driven, user-centric, user-controlled. Web 4.0. Web 4.0, also known as the intelligent web, is the next evolutionary stage in the development of the Internet. Focuses on delivering highly personalized and context-aware experiences to users. Blockchain. A. It is a distributed database existing on multiple computers at the same time, which constantly grows as new sets of recordings or blocks are added to it. A. Advantages: decentralization, transparency and efficiency, fraud prevention, business value. Quantum technology. A. It harnesses the principles of quantum mechanics to describe the nature of fundamental particles at the scale of atoms and elementary particles. A. Applications: satellite and communication. Quest quantum-based satellite of China, simulation, computation, sensing and meteorology. A. Initiatives: National Quantum Mission, Quantum Research Facility Quest. XIM Toolkit Center for Development of Telematics, CDOT. NMQTAA Initiatives: National Quantum Mission, Quantum Research Facility Quest. XIM Toolkit Center for Development of Telematics, CDOT, NMQTA. 5. Science and Technology 74. Latest data, facts and figures. 6G and 5G technology. Key facts: data. A. 6G is the latest version of internet connectivity that offers high speed and ultra low latency. It is the next version of the 5G technology. A. India has the second largest internet user market behind China. A. Internet penetration in India is 52.4%. 88% for the US and 61% for China. 5.6% to India's GDP. ICT sector growth rate. India aims to grow the ICT sector to $1 trillion by 2025, or 20% of GDP. Significance. A. Ultra high bandwidth, ultra high precision. A. Ultra high intelligence, ultra high performance, ultra low energy. A. Economic development, push for industries. Initiatives. A. National broadband mission enhance digital communication infrastructure. With an investment of $100 billion in telecom towers, optical fiber infrastructure for spectrum and research and development. Artificial intelligence. Key facts or types. AI is the ability of a computer or a robot controlled by a computer to do tasks that are usually done by humans because they require human intelligence and discernment. A types. Generative AI, reactive AI, limited memory AI, theory of mind AI, self-aware AI. Uses. AI can be used in the following fields. A. Health. Hospitals use AI and robots to help with everything from minimally invasive procedures to open heart surgery. A. Education. Language learning. It can generate personalized listening, speaking, reading, or writing exercises and provide immediate feedback upon their completion. A. Agriculture. AI systems capability was used to detect apple scab, a common apple tree disease. A. Business. Smart email categorization, voice to text features, smart personal assistants such as Siri, Cortana and Google Now. A. Infrastructure. AI powered tools can predict project outcomes, identify risks, and suggest mitigation strategies by analyzing historical data, project timelines, and resource allocation. A. Judiciary. AI algorithms are able to forecast probable outcomes of ongoing legal cases by analyzing past data from those instances. Initiatives. A. National Strategy for AI and the Responsible AI for All report by Niti Aayog. A. Suwast. Supreme Court. Vidik Anuvad Software. A. India took over the chair of the Global Partnership on AI GPAI from France. Science and Technology. 75. AI economy. A. Contribution to GDP. AI is expected to add $967 billion to the Indian economy by 2035, accounting for 10% of the country's $5 trillion United States dollars GDP target. A. Niti Aayog has the potential to add around $1 trillion to India's economy. A. Growth boost India's annual growth rate by 1.3% by 2035. Virtual reality, extended reality, metaverse. A. It refers to all real and virtual combined environments and human-machine interactions generated by computer technology. A. Applications, health or medicine, gaming, engineering and manufacturing, design and real estate, education. A. Initiatives. AVGC Task Force, headed by the Secretary, Ministry of IORB, the task force called for National AVGC XR Mission, to focus on content creation in India. XR Startup Program, collaboration between Meta and MeitY Startup Hub MSH to support and accelerate XR technology startups. Supercomputers, big data. A. High-performance computing system that delivers exceptional processing power and computational capacity compared to a general-purpose computer. A. Performance measured in floating point operations, FLOPS. A. Applications, biology, defense, weather and climate, aviation, scientific research, financial markets, energy exploration. A. Initiatives, National Supercomputing Mission, supercomputers in India, Mihir, Pratyush, Param Siddhi HC. Aravat, among top 500 worldwide. Other developments. A. Geospatial Policy 2022. Geospatial technology uses tools like GIS, Geographic Information System (GPS), Global Positioning System, and remote sensing for geographic mapping and analysis. A. GIS-based initiatives. National Resource Information System, National Spatial Data Infrastructure, National Urban Information System. A. Deep Ocean Mission, Samudrayan. A. Aimed at sending 3 personnel to 6,000-meter depth for the exploration of deep-sea resources like minerals. 76 Latest data, facts and figures. Matsya 6000, used for the same designed and developed by National Institute of Ocean Technology NIOT Chennai and the Ministry of Earth Sciences. It is India's first unique manned ocean mission and is a part of the RS 6000 crores Deep Ocean Mission. 5.2 Biotechnology. Intro definition. Biotechnology is the application of living organisms or their parts to make technological advances and utilize those technologies in various fields. Bioeconomy. Grown to more than $137 billion in 2022 from $35.5 billion in 2014. India is also one among the top 10 destinations globally. Contributes 4% to the GDP, employs over 2 million people. Biotech in health and pharma. Red biotechnology. Applied in healthcare for diagnosis as well as treatment of diseases. Gene therapy, CAR-T cell therapy, genome sequencing. Agriculture. Green biotechnology. It gives farmers tools to make production more cost-effective and manageable. Genetically modified GM crops like BT cotton have increased the productivity of crops. More productive and drought-resistant crops. Improve quality of food crops. Industry-wide biotechnology. It makes use of enzymes and microorganisms to create products that are used in variety of industries' production of chemicals, materials and fuels. The food and beverage industry uses S. cerevisiae, yeast. Microbial enzymes are used in washing detergents, food processing, cosmetics etc. Schemes and initiatives. Biotech Kisan Scheme, clinical trials. Biotech Parks, Startup India. Risk and associated hazard. Ownership and access conflicts, field of uncertainty. Security threats, impact on environment. Ethical issues. Designer babies, complementary DNA. Seedna. 5.3 Nanotechnology. Intro definition. It is the science and engineering at the scale of atoms and molecules. It is the manipulation and use of materials and devices so tiny that nothing can be built any smaller. Agriculture. Nanofertilizers, nanobiosensors. Nanoherbicides, nanofungicides. Insect pest management science and technology. 77. Health. Nanomedicine, nanobots. Nanofibers, nano-based wearables. Environment. Air and soil treatment, water treatment. Control oil spills, emission control. Wastewater purification with nanobubbles. Nanofiltration systems for heavy metals. Nanocatalysts. Industry. Fuel cells, catalytic converters. Cement, construction material. Adding copper nanoparticles to steel. Space, to make supercapacitors lighter, military equipments and wearables. Schemes and initiatives. Nanotechnology institutes like Indian Institute of Nanosciences at Bangalore, Mumbai and Kolkata. Nano Mission. Nanoelectronics Innovation Council. Indian Nanoelectronics Users Program. 5.4 IPR issues. International Intellectual Property Index 2022. India has improved its overall international intellectual property (IIP) score from 38.4% to 38.6%, and the country is ranked 43rd out of 55 countries. Issues. Lack of awareness and understanding. Weak copyright laws. Traditional knowledge not included in the sphere of patents. Monopolization of the product. Delays in getting patents. Fluctuations in the policies. Beat schemes initiatives by Government of India. Scheme purpose. Kapila. A systematic, comprehensive effort called Kapila Kalam program for IP. Literacy and awareness addresses the current barriers in the innovation ecosystem, particularly in a HEIS. CIPMA established in order to advance the implementation of the National Intellectual Property Rights (IPR) Policy 2016. It operates under the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade (DPIIT). National IPR Policy 2016. Unifies IPRS on one platform. Establishes a formal system for implementation, oversight, and evaluation. A seeks to incorporate and modify best practices from around the world for the Indian context. 78 latest data, facts and figures. Legal provisions. A Indian Patents Act. A Design Act of 2008. Trademarks Act of 1999. A Protection of Plant Varieties and Farmers' Right Act 2001. International Conventions. A Paris Convention for the Protection of Industrial Property 1883, or A Berne Convention for the Protection of Literary or Artistic Works 1886. 5.5 Space. Space economy potential. India's space economy could account for 9% of the global space industry by 2030 and reach $40 billion by 2040. India has the potential to reach a $100 billion space economy by 2040. Valuation. India's space industry, valued at $8 billion currently. 2% share in the global space economy. ISRO is the world's fifth largest national space agency. A spending and initiatives. The government spending on space is around $2 billion. Launched 381 foreign satellites since 1999 for 34 countries, clocking $279 million in revenues. Investment in Indian space startups increased to $124.7 million in 2023. Dr. Jitendra Singh. 100% FDI in the space sector allowed. Launch vehicles. A Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle PSLV. 4-stage 1,750 kg Sun synchronous polar orbits 1,425 kg geosynchronous and geostationary orbits. A geosynchronous satellite launch vehicle GSLV 3-stage launch vehicle up to 2,250 kg geosynchronous transfer orbits up to 6-ton low Earth orbits. A geosynchronous satellite launch vehicle Mach 3 LVM-3 3-stage launch vehicle up to 4-ton geosynchronous transfer orbits 8-ton low Earth orbits. Initiatives. A An independent standalone navigation satellite system developed by ISRO. ANVS-08 is the first of India's second-generation satellites envisaged for NAVIC services. Science and Technology 79. NAVIC Navigation by Indian Constellation. A Applications, Navigation, Disaster Management Mapping, Integration with Devices Vehicle and Fleet Management. Planetary Missions. A Mars Orbiter Mission 2014-2022. A Jupiter JUICE 2023. A Venus Shukrayaan December 2024. A Gaganyaan. Space Observation. A James Webb, NASA's infrared flagship observatory. Collaboration between NASA, the European Space Agency ESA, and the Canadian Space Agency ISSE. Search for first galaxies or luminous objects formed after the Big Bang. A Hubble, developed by NASA. Search for young galaxies. A NISAR NASAISRO SAR Low Earth Orbit LEO observatory jointly developed by NASA and ISRO. Will map the entire globe in 12 days. Provide spatially and temporally consistent data for understanding changes in Earth's ecosystems, ice mass, etc. Gravitational waves. A LIGO, it is a tool to detect gravitational waves with the use of laser interferometers. LIGO detectors consist of two 4-cum-long vacuum chambers, arranged at right angles to each other, with mirrors at the end. A LIGO India project, Advanced Gravitational Wave Observatory to be located in India as part of the worldwide network. Chandrayaan-3 mission. A India's third lunar mission. A second attempt at achieving a soft landing on the moon's surface. A objectives. To demonstrate safe and soft landing on lunar surface, to demonstrate rover roving on the moon, and to conduct in situ scientific experiments. Aditya L1 mission. A first space-based observatory class. A solar mission to study the sun from a substantial distance of 1.5 million kilometers. A it will take approximately 125 days to reach the L1 point. ISRO's second astronomy observatory class mission after AstroSat 2015. The mission's journey is shorter than India's previous Mars orbiter mission, Mangalyaan. A the spacecraft is planned to be placed in a halo orbit around the Lagrangian point 1 L1 of the Sun-Earth system. 80 latest data, Facts and figures. Gaganyaan project envisages demonstration of human spaceflight capability. By launching a crew of 3 members to an orbit of 400 kilometers for a 3 days mission and bring them back safely to Earth, by landing in Indian sea waters. Some key terms. A regular matter. Matter is any substance that has mass and occupies space. A dark matter. It makes up approximately 68% of the universe and appears to be associated with the vacuum in space. A dark energy. It is a mysterious and elusive form of energy that makes up a significant portion of the total energy content of the universe. A neutron star. These are formed when a massive star runs out of fuel and collapses. A white dwarf. White dwarfs are stars that have burned up all of the hydrogen they once used as nuclear fuel. A black hole. They are formed after the supernova explosion when the core of a massive dying star more than 2.5 times the mass of the sun collapses until an infinite density where gravity is so high that even light cannot escape. Policies. A Indian Space Policy 2023. Outlining direction of India's space program. Delineating specific roles for major stakeholders. Expanding participation in the global space arena. Facilitating technology transfer, fostering innovation through public-private partnerships. A satellite communication policy. A remote sensing data policy 2011. A ISRO technology transfer policy. Private sector in space. A organizations in space act as the single window agency for the authorization of space activities by government entities and NGES. NSIL, responsible for commercializing space technologies and platforms created through public expenditure. ANTRI, it is a wholly owned Government of India company under the administrative control of the Department of Space. Space startups. Examples. A. The number of space startups have gone up from just 1 in 2014 to 189 in 2023 as per DPIIT Startup India portal. National Agnikul Cosmos, Deruva Space, Kava Space, Skyroot Global, SpaceX, Blue Origin. Issues. A. Space militarization. A. SAT technology. China's Outer Space Command. A. Satellite endangerment. A. Kessler syndrome, tension between countries, space pollution. Science and technology. 81. Health and diet. A. Trans fat. These are unsaturated fatty acids that come from either natural or industrial sources. A. Types. Naturally produced, industrially produced. A. The Replace Action Package provides a strategic approach to eliminating industrially produced trans fat from national food supplies. A. FSSAI and its initiatives committed to eliminate industrially produced trans fat by the year 2022. India had 75 campaigns. Eat Right India, Heart Attack Rewind. International agreements. Treaties. A. Outer Space Treaty. A. Global Commons. A. Rescue Agreement 1968. A. Liability Convention 1972. A. Registration Convention 1975. 5.6 Health and diet. A. Trans fat. These are unsaturated fatty acids that come from either natural or industrial sources. A. Types. Naturally produced, industrially produced. A. The Replace Action Package provides a strategic approach to eliminating industrially produced trans fat from national food supplies. A. FSSAI and its initiatives committed to eliminate industrially produced trans fat by the year 2022. India had 75 campaigns. Eat Right India, Heart Attack Rewind. Communicable diseases. A. Tuberculosis. The estimated number of TB cases remains high, with 27.8 lakh cases in 2023. The number of TB-related deaths remained unchanged at 3.2 lakh. A. HIV/AIDS. In India, 2.4 million people are living with HIV. There were 1.3 million new HIV infections in 2022 globally and 63,000 in India. In India, AIDS caused 42,000 deaths. A. Malaria. With an estimated 33.8 lakh cases and 5,511 deaths, India saw a decline of 30% in malaria incidence. 34% in mortality in 2022, compared to the previous year. A. Dengue. Based on the International Journal of Infectious Diseases data, An estimated 33 million clinically apparent dengue cases occur in India each year. 82 latest data, facts and figures. According to the National Vector-Borne Disease Control Program (NVBDCP), in 2022 India reported more than 110,473 dengue cases with 86 deaths. Hepatitis India is one of the countries with the highest burden of viral hepatitis. India has an estimated 2.9 crore people living with hepatitis B infection. 0.55 crore living with hepatitis C infection. 2022 there were over 50,000 new hepatitis B cases. 1.4 lakh new hepatitis C cases reported. These viral hepatitis infections killed 1.23 lakh people in India. Non-communicable diseases. Also called chronic diseases, they tend to be of long duration and are the result of a combination of genetic, physiological, environmental and behavioral factors. Diabetes within the age group of 20 to 79 years. India has 74.9 million diabetics in 2021, projected to increase to 124.9 million by 2045. Heart Diseases National Crime Records Bureau (NCRB). There has been a 12.5% increase in heart attack cases in 2022 alone. 56,450 sudden deaths in 2022. Hypertension. India has approximately 188.3 million adults aged 30 to 79 grappling with hypertension. Less than the global average of 31%. Achieving this progress could avert 4.6 million deaths due to high blood pressure by 2040. Rare diseases. Rare disease is a health condition which has a low prevalence and affects a small number of people. Examples: lysosomal storage disorders, LSD, pompe disease, cystic fibrosis, muscular dystrophy, spina bifida, hemophilia. Burden. About 95% rare diseases have no approved treatment. Less than 1 in 10 patients receive disease-specific treatment. 80% of these diseases have genetic origins. Initiatives and schemes. National Rare Disease Policy 2021, Rashtriya Arogya Nidhi, exemption from custom duty, Centers of Excellence course, Nidan Kendra, Science and Technology. 83. Patent, IPR, generic drugs. The Patents Act, 1970, has imposed certain restrictions on patentability. A patent cannot be granted on mere use of a known process, machine or apparatus unless such known process results in a new product or employs at least one new reactant. Evergreening of patents. The evergreening of patents is a practice of tweaking drugs in order to extend their patent term and thus their profitability. The Indian Patents Act, 1970 introduced many provisions to prevent the mischievous practice of evergreening of patents. Jan Aushadhi Kendras, 10,006 have been opened across the country by the end of 2023. Traditional medicines. Ayush, TKDL. NUM, APEC. Ayush Information Cell. Neglected tropical diseases, NTDS. NTDS are a diverse group of 20 conditions mainly prevalent in tropical areas. Pathogens involved: viruses, bacteria, parasites, fungi, and toxins. Global Report on NTD 2023 ratio. 16 countries account for 80% of global NTD burden. 47 countries eliminated at least one NTD. India has the world's largest absolute burden of at least 10 major NTDs. India has already eliminated several NTDs, including guinea worm, trachoma, and DOS. One Health. It recognizes that the health of humans, domestic and wild animals, plants, and the wider environment, including ecosystems, are closely linked and interdependent. Origin of term. By tripartite agreement of WHO, FAO and World Organization for Animal Health (OI). 5.7 Nuclear technology. Nuclear power generates about 10% of global electricity, which is rising to nearly 20% in advanced economies. Types. Fission. It is the process of splitting the nucleus of a heavy atom into two or more lighter atoms when the heavy atom absorbs or is bombarded by a neutron. Fusion, it is the process by which two light atomic nuclei combine to form a single heavier one while releasing massive amounts of energy. India's three-stage nuclear program, India's power generation using nuclear technology. A 6,780 megawatts A22 operational nuclear reactors A out of the total, 1.6% contributed by nuclear energy. Nuclear power plants. Kudankulam Nuclear Power Plant, Tamil Nadu supported by Russia Tarapur Nuclear Power Plant, Maharashtra Haripur Nuclear Power Plant, West Bengal 84 latest data, facts and figures. Supported by Russia Kovada Nuclear Power Plant, Andhra Pradesh supported by USA Haripur Nuclear Power Plant West Bengal supported by Russia Kovada Nuclear Power Plant. Andhra Pradesh supported by USA. Issues A radioactive hazard. A global disasters, Chernobyl, Fukushima A equity, NPT is discriminatory towards developing nations and LDCSA import dependency A nuclear waste A lack of public funding. 123 Agreement, NSG, NPT. A NPT, India is a non-signatory A NSG, India not a signatory A 123 Agreement, between India and USA Cooperation for Peaceful Uses of Nuclear Energy. India's three-stage nuclear program. A stage I, PHWRS fueled by natural uranium would produce plutonium-239. Heavy water T2O is used as moderator and coolant in PHWR. A stage 2, fast breeder reactors utilizing plutonium-239 fuel from first stage and forming uranium-238. A stage 3, advanced nuclear power systems for utilization of thorium. A prototype fast breeder reactor developed at Kalpakkam. Nuclear technology in defense. A three-sided military force structure Air, Agni series, Sagarika, BrahMos C, Arihant class submarine. Air, MiG-27. Other developments. A small modular reactors SMRS A nuclear technology in medicine A AI-based nuclear power plants A nuclear waste management. 5.8 Indians in science. C. V. Raman A the first Asian to get the Nobel Prize in Physics. A first Bharat Ratna awardee A best known for his advanced theory of the scattering of light and inelastic theory of scattering Raman scattering. J. C. Bose he was a biologist, physicist, botanist and an early writer of science fiction. A. He discovered wireless communication. A. He was named the father of radio science by the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineering. A. Bose is considered the father of Bengali science fiction. Science and Technology Pichasi. Vikram Sarabhai A. He established of ISRO. A. Set up the first rocket launching station Thumba Equatorial Rocket Launching Station in 1963 at Thumba near Thiruvananthapuram. A. The first Indian satellite, Aryabhat, was launched into orbit from a Russian cosmodrome in 1975. Homi Jahangir Bhabha. A. He is regarded as the father of India's nuclear program. A. He founded and directed Tata Institute of Fundamental Research TIFR Atomic Energy Establishment Trombay, later renamed the Bhabha Atomic Research Center BARC in his honor. A. India's three-stage nuclear power program was formulated by Homi Bhabha in the 1950s. A. First Indian to receive the Adams Prize in 1942, the highest honor given by the University of Cambridge. S. Chandrasekhar A. He showed that there is a maximum mass of a star that can be supported against gravity by pressure made up of electrons and atomic nuclei. A. Thus giving Chandrasekhar limit. A. NASA's premier X-ray observatory was also named the Chandra X-ray Observatory in his honor. S. N. Bose wrote a brief article titled Planck's Law and the Hypothesis of Light. Quanta, after adapting a lecture he gave on the theory of radiation and the ultraviolet catastrophe. A. Einstein generalized Bose's works on photons, extended it on atoms, and gave the theory of ideal quantum gas Bose gas. This formed the basis of the Bose-Einstein statistics and Bose-Einstein condensates. 86 Latest data, facts and figures. 6.1 Disasters. NDMA guidelines to be read separately along with disaster section for comprehensive revision. Sendai framework. 7 targets in this first major agreement of the post-2015 development agenda and provides member states with concrete actions to protect development gains from the risk of disaster. This can be used for all disasters in suggesting mitigation, response, adaptation and preparedness. Earthquakes. Vulnerability. 59% of the Indian landmass. Last 15 years 10 major earthquakes that have resulted in over 20,000 deaths. Seismic zones. The Bureau of Indian Standards, based on the past seismic history, divided the country into 4 seismic zones, viz. Zone 2, Teen, even V. Recent incidents. Baramulla earthquake 4.2 magnitude. Japan earthquake 2024. Turkey earthquake 2023. Indonesia earthquake 2023. Human-induced earthquakes. 1967 Koinadam, 2011 Oklahoma earthquake. 2015 Nepal earthquake. Initiatives. Risk assessment and mapping by GIS. NDMA guidelines. Earthquake early warning system. EWS. India quake mobile app. Floods. Vulnerability. More than 40 million hectare area is flood prone. 12% of India's area is flood prone. Assam, West Bengal and Bihar are among the high flood prone states. Recent incidents. Assam floods 2024, Bihar floods 2023, Maharashtra floods 2021, Thoothukudi Tirunelveli 2023. Urban floods, flash floods, and glacial lake outburst floods. GLOFS. Urban flood vulnerability. The flood peaks in cities can be 1.8 to 8 times higher than in rural areas. The volume of water during a flood can increase by up to 6 times. Urban floods, Chennai 2015, Nagpur 2023, Ahmedabad 2022, Bengaluru floods 2023. 6. Disaster management. 87. Flash floods. Uttarakhand flash flood 2013. Kerala floods 2018. Tamil Nadu flash floods 2024. Ladakh flash floods 2024. GLOF, Chamoli Rishi Ganga Valley, 2021. Initiatives. Floods Management Program. Ganga Flood Control Commission. Integrated Watershed Management Program. IFLOWS NDMA Guidelines. Landslides. Vulnerability. One of the top 4 countries with highest landslide risk. 12.6% area prone to landslide. 29% of the area falls in the moderate landslide susceptible zone. 56% in the low to very low landslide susceptible zone. 30% of the world's landslides occur in the Himalayan ranges. Recent incidents. Uttara Kannada landslides 2024, Raigad landslide 2023, Pettimudi landslide 2020, Joshimath landslide 2023. Initiatives. Landslide Early Warning System LEWS. India's landslide susceptibility mapping by GSI. NDMA guidelines for landslide hazard zonation. Droughts. Vulnerability. 16% area prone to droughts. 68% zone area is prone to droughts. 2/3 of India suffer from drought. According to the report, the water shortage will cost the economy 6% of GDP by 2050. Flash droughts. Flash drought is characterized by rapid onset and intensification caused by high evapotranspiration rates due to abnormally high temperatures, winds, and high incoming solar radiation. Recent incidents. 2024, Karnataka. 2009, Bundelkhand drought. 2014-16, Central India. Bundelkhand drought. 2019, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh. Initiatives. National Water Policy 2012. Integrated Watershed Management Program IWMP. Jal Jeevan Mission. Desertification and Land Degradation Atlas. ISRO. NDMA Guidelines on Drought Management. 88 Latest data, facts and figures. Cyclone. Vulnerability. 8% of the land and 76% of the coastline is prone to cyclones. 12 districts. All along the east coast are very highly prone. 41 districts are highly prone to cyclones. About 10% of the world's tropical cyclones affect the Indian coast. Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology (IITM). 52% increase in Arabian Sea between 2001 and 2019. 8% decrease over the Bay of Bengal compared to the 19 years between 1982 and 2002. Recent incidents. Ramal 2024 Indian Ocean Orissa, West Bengal, Jharkhand, Northeast India. Mike Wang 2023 Bay of Bengal Andhra Pradesh. Taste 2023 Arabian Sea West Coast. Mundus 2022 Bay of Bengal Chennai. Initiatives. Early warning systems. National Cyclone Risk Management Project. Integrated Coastal Zone Management Project. Coastal Regulation Zones. Color coding of cyclones by IMD. Heat waves. Vulnerability. On an average, 5 to 6 heat wave events occur every year over the northern parts of the country. Criteria of IMD. If the maximum temperature of a meteorological substation reaches at least 40 degrees Celsius or more in the plains, 37 degrees Celsius or more in coastal areas, and at least 30 degrees Celsius or more for hilly regions. 23 states are heat wave prone. Recent incidents. 2024 New Delhi and Rajasthan peak temperature 50 degrees Celsius. 2023 Asia heat wave peak temperature 40-44 degrees Celsius. 2022 India Pakistan heat wave peak temperature 40-42 degrees Celsius. Initiatives. India Cooling Action Plan ICAP 2019. Heat action plans. Awareness campaigns. Preparedness to the vulnerable groups. Disaster management. 89. Forest fires. Vulnerability. 36% of India's forest cover. 6% is very highly prone. 4% is extremely prone. Commonly reported during November to June. Human activities trigger nearly 95% of them. Forest fires cost $1.5 billion of GDP. Recent incidents. The highest number of forest fires have been reported from Mizoram 3,738, Manipur 1,702, Assam 1,652, Meghalaya 1,252, and Maharashtra 1,215 as per FSI data. Konkan belt in Maharashtra. South coastal Gujarat along Gir Somnath. Southern Rajasthan. Coastal and interior Orissa and adjoining Jharkhand. In South India, most forest-covered areas of Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. Initiatives. National Action on Forest Fires. The Forest Fire Prevention and Management Scheme FPM. ISRO developed MODIS, VHRR for forest fire detection. Tsunami. Vulnerability key data. 76% of the coastline is prone to tsunamis. Tsunami-ready communities, UNESCO-IOC, Venkatrapur in Ganjam, Orissa, Nolia Sahi in Jagatsinghpur, Orissa. Recent incidents. 2004 Indian Ocean Tsunami. North Pacific Coast, Japan 2011. Japan 2024. Initiatives. Indian Tsunami Early Warning System ITEWS. Advanced Warning Systems. International collaborations. Tsunami Ready Initiatives. Other disasters. Chemical disasters. Industrial accidents. India produces and stores more than 3,000 hazardous chemicals. Over 130 chemical accidents have been reported in the last decade. Notable incidents. Bhopal gas tragedy 1984, Mayapuri radiological incident 2010, Vizag styrene gas leak 2020, Rewari factory blast 2024. Legal provisions. The Bhopal Gas Leak Processing of Claims Act 1985. The Environment Protection Act 1986. The Public Liability Insurance Act 1991, PLIA. The Hazardous Waste Management Handling and Transboundary Movement Rules 1989. And DMA Guidelines on Chemical Disaster Management. 90 Latest data, facts and figures. Cold wave plains. The minimum temperature is 10 degrees Celsius or below and is 4.5 degrees Celsius C less than normal for 2 consecutive days. A. Coastal stations, the threshold value of minimum temperature of 10 degrees Celsius is rarely reached. A. India's cold wave zone covers 15 states across various regions. A. Cold wave notified as a disaster. A. NDMA issued guidelines and action plans on cold wave. Volcanic eruption. A. Notable incidents: Mount Ruang, Indonesia, 2024, Mount Marapi, Indonesia, 2023, Hungar Tonga Tonga, 2022, Mauna Loa, Hawaii, 2022, Mount Semeru, Indonesia, 2021. Volcanic activity is linked to the movement and collision of tectonic plates. They are mostly located in the Pacific Ring of Fire. About 90% of all earthquakes worldwide strike within this region. Disaster Management 91. All content available in Hindi and English. Karol Bagh, Mukherjee Nagar, Lucknow, Patna. Our content: Udan Prelims Static Revision. Free Material. Mains Revision. Free Material. Monthly Editorial Compilation. Current Affairs. Quick Revision Booklets. Free Material. Daily Class Notes and Practice Questions. Classroom Content. 25 JOR Tests for Mains. Test Series. 35 JOR Tests for Prelims. Test Series. Integrated Daily Prelims JOR Mains Year-Long Tests. Test Series. Monthly Current Affairs Magazine. Current Affairs. Udan Plus 500 Prelims Current Affairs Revision. Free Material. 11-year PYQS Solution Prelims JOR Mains. Books. Comprehensive coverage.